It was the summer of 2016 when I decided to take a solo backpacking trip through a stretch of wilderness in northern Idaho. I'd always been drawn to remote places, away from the noise of highways and the distraction of towns. I had grown up hiking with my dad, and I felt comfortable in the woods, maybe too comfortable in retrospect. I was 28 at the time, working in Seattle at a job that was slowly killing my soul. A week in the mountains felt like a way to reset. I picked a stretch of trail about 30 miles long, tucked deep within the Clearwater National Forest. It wasn't a national park, so I knew I'd likely have long stretches without seeing anyone, especially midweek. I packed my gear, brought enough food for 6 days, and printed out topographical maps since there was no cell reception expected anywhere along the route. I planned to camp alone each night, find rivers to refill my water supply, and just be quiet for a while. The first 2 days were uneventful, beautiful even. I passed wildflower covered meadows, crossed icy creeks on fallen logs, and saw elk tracks crisscrossing the trail. My only company was the occasional distant call of a bird or the rustle of wind through the pine canopy. On the third day, things began to feel off. It started subtly. That morning, I woke up in my tent with the unsettling feeling that someone had been nearby. I had no proof. My camp looked untouched, food bags still hanging in the tree, but my gut told me something was wrong. I tried to shake it off as nerves. Maybe a bear passed by during the night. Still, I packed up quicker than usual and moved on. That afternoon, I stopped by a cold stream to refill my water and take a break. I sat on a rock near the water's edge and looked upstream. That's when I saw footprints on the opposite bank. They were human, barefoot, deep, like whoever made them had been heavy or wet, and they were fresh. No debris or leaves had settled into them. I called out half jokingly, "Hello, anyone there?" Nothing, just the gurgle of the stream. I crossed the stream to get a closer look, and the prints led into the woods and vanished within 10 feet. I stood there for a minute, listening. No voices, no footsteps, just wind. I felt a sudden chill and backed away, returning to my pack. That night, I made camp earlier than usual, picking a spot surrounded by thick fir trees. I built a small fire, more for comfort than cooking. I didn't hear or see anything strange while setting up, but I couldn't shake the unease I'd been carrying since morning. It was around 1 a.m. when I woke up. My fire had burned down to embers, and the forest was completely still. Not a single insect, not a breeze, just complete silence. That's what woke me. That kind of quiet is unnatural in the woods. It's a predator's silence. I stayed still in my sleeping bag, heart hammering. I didn't hear anything at first. Then came the snapping of a branch, not far, maybe 30 feet away. Then another. Slow, deliberate. I reached for my flashlight and slowly unzipped the side of my tent, just enough to peek out. My light cut through the darkness but revealed nothing. Just trees. I waited, my breath held. Then I saw it. Not a bear, not a cougar, a person. Someone was standing between the trees just at the edge of the clearing. Tall, unmoving, no flashlight, no gear. Just standing there, watching. I flicked my light directly at them, and they didn't flinch. They didn't run. I couldn't see their face clearly, too much shadow, but their outline was unmistakably human. I called out, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" No response, just silence. I grabbed my hatchet from beside my pack and stepped out of the tent. My whole body was shaking, but I knew I couldn't just hide. I approached, light and hatchet raised. They were gone. I swung the light side to side, searching the trees, but there was no movement. Nothing. The forest swallowed them whole. I didn't sleep again that night. I kept the fire alive until dawn and packed up before the sun was fully up. I thought about turning back the way I came, but I was already closer to the other side of the trail. I decided to push forward, hoping it was just some backcountry weirdo, maybe a squatter or hermit messing with me. I didn't want to admit that it felt like more than that. By noon that day, I came across an old hunting cabin, just a crumbling one-room structure half swallowed by underbrush. It wasn't on my map. I stepped inside cautiously. Dusty, unused, broken chairs, and a rusted-out stove. But there was something odd in the center of the room. A circle of stones like a fire pit, except it was inside, and the stones were blackened. A pile of ashes sat in the center, old but not ancient. Someone had stayed here recently. I backed out and kept walking. That night I didn't make a fire. I camped far off trail behind a boulder field, hoping not to be found. At some point during the night, I heard whispering. It was so faint I thought I was dreaming. But it kept going. A man's voice, low and quick, like he was reciting something. I lay frozen, eyes wide in the dark. My tent was zipped and I didn't dare open it. Then the whispering stopped. Silence again. But I knew someone had been right outside. The next morning, I found a small pile of stones just outside the tent door. Not random ones. They were stacked. Deliberately. A cairn. A message. I was done. I packed everything, left behind half my gear, and started walking. I didn't care about the trail anymore. I used my compass and just moved west, aiming for the closest Forest Service road. It was a long, grueling hike through terrain I wasn't prepared for, but I didn't stop until sunset. I found a wide, flat area near a ridgeline and set up camp without a fire. I couldn't sleep. Every snap of a twig, every gust of wind made me flinch. I didn't hear anything until well past midnight. Then I heard the breathing. It was outside the tent again. Not heavy breathing, not animal-like. It sounded like someone trying to be quiet, like controlled exhales just feet from the thin nylon wall. I reached for my knife, terrified. The breathing moved, one side of the tent, then the back, then the front again. It circled me for what felt like an hour. Then it stopped. When dawn came, I opened the tent and stepped out slowly. All around the tent, in a perfect circle, were barefoot footprints in the dirt. Human. Deep. Bare. No other tracks led in or out. Just that ring. I broke down camp in under 5 minutes and bushwhacked until I hit a logging road by late morning. A group of ATV riders came by about an hour later, and I waved them down, desperate. They let me ride with them back to a ranger station. I didn't tell them what happened. I just said, I got turned around and lost my gear. The ranger at the station looked at me funny when I gave the name of the trail I'd taken. He asked if I'd stopped near Beaver Hollow. I didn't know the name, but when he described the area, a flat clearing near a stream, I nodded. He told me that place had a weird reputation. Back in the 80s, a guy went missing there, some local trapper. His body was never found, but they discovered his camp, his fire still going, his food half-eaten, no sign of struggle, just vanished. They searched the woods for weeks, but nothing turned up. Since then, a few other hikers reported strange things. Lights in the woods, hearing voices, seeing people that weren't there. I nodded, numb. He didn't press further, and I didn't volunteer more. When I got back to Seattle, I couldn't stop thinking about that trip. The footprints, the whispering, the breathing. I looked up the area on forums, and one thread mentioned something about native burial sites in that part of the forest. Supposedly, some parts were cursed, or at least left alone for a reason. I don't know what I experienced out there. Maybe I hallucinated. Maybe it was just an unhinged person playing with me. But that doesn't explain the way the sounds seemed to come from nowhere, the way the footprints were only around my tent without ever leading in, the way that person in the trees never moved when I saw them, or the whispering that seemed to come from inside my own head. I've never been back into the deep woods alone since. Story the end. Back in the fall of 2016, I took a solo backpacking trip through the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia. I was 29, working a high-stress desk job in D.C., and I needed to get away. Not for a day, not a weekend, something longer. I told work I was taking a week off and didn't answer questions. I packed light, brought maps, a satellite phone, and planned out a 5-day loop that would take me deep into the heart of the wilderness. I didn't want marked trails or maintained campgrounds. I wanted to feel that untamed quiet, that stillness you only get when no one else is around, or so I thought. I drove out on a Wednesday, leaving my car at a ranger station with a note of my intended route and expected return. I checked in with the ranger, a thin, older guy named Tim, who raised an eyebrow when I told him my loop. "You'll pass through Red Creek Valley then?" he asked. I nodded. He scratched at his chin and looked away like he was debating whether to say something. "You're experienced?" "Yeah, 10 years doing solo hikes. I've done the Rockies, Adirondacks. I'll be fine." He paused again, then handed me a printed list of tips for staying safe. "Just trust your gut out there. If something feels off, move on." I thanked him, thinking he was just doing his job. Now I wish I'd asked more questions. The first day was perfect. The air was crisp, the trees just beginning to turn. I hiked about 12 miles in, found a spot near a creek, pitched my tent, cooked a simple dinner, and laid back watching the sky turn deep blue. No sounds except for the water, the wind, and some distant owls. I remember thinking I hadn't felt that calm in years. Sometime after midnight, I woke up suddenly. Not to a sound exactly, more like a shift in atmosphere. The woods felt too quiet. No breeze, no insects, no rustling branches, just nothing. I laid there, heart picking up speed, listening hard. Then I heard it. A slow crunch of leaves. One step, then two. I sat up and turned toward the noise. My tent flap was zipped. I grabbed my flashlight and flicked it on through the mesh. Nothing, but the footsteps were getting closer. I waited, listening, but they stopped. Right outside the tent. I held my breath. Then came a soft dragging sound, like something being pulled through leaves. It moved from the front of the tent to the side, then around the back. I unzipped slowly, flashlight shaking in my hand, and stepped out barefoot. Cold hit me hard. I swept the beam in every direction. Nothing. No movement. No eyes reflecting back. But I swear to you, I could feel something. Like I was being watched intensely from behind the trees. That kind of pressure where the hairs on your neck rise and your body screams at you to run. I stayed up till dawn, huddled by my small fire, knife in hand. The woods didn't return to normal until well after sunrise. That morning, I convinced myself it was probably a bear or a deer. Maybe a bobcat. Something natural, just curious. So I kept hiking. Dumb decision, I know. But when you're alone in the woods, you can't afford to let your imagination get the best of you. Day 2 was uneventful until the last few hours before dusk. I was crossing a ridge when I noticed something odd. Piles of rocks arranged carefully along the edge of the trail. Not like natural rock falls. These were small, stacked intentionally. About a dozen of them, evenly spaced. I thought maybe someone else had passed through and left them, but the trail hadn't shown signs of recent use. Then I saw what looked like a cloth scrap caught in a branch, weathered and gray, fluttering slightly in the wind. I climbed up to look closer and saw that it was a piece of a jacket, a sleeve, torn clean off. I stood there, uneasy, thinking maybe someone had gotten hurt out here. I took the cloth, packed it in my bag, and planned to give it to the rangers when I returned. Just as I was turning to head back down, I saw a shape between two trees. Tall, thin, pale. I froze. I blinked, and it was gone. I wasn't imagining it. Something had been standing there. I moved fast, found a flat area about half a mile further, and set up my tent as fast as I could. I didn't eat, just sat with my back against a tree, listening. At one point, I thought I heard whispering, not language, more like breathy sounds weaving in and out of the wind. That night, something circled my tent again. I didn't go out this time. I didn't want to know. By the third day, I was seriously considering cutting the loop short. I'd reached Red Creek Valley that morning, and the trail had narrowed to a path barely visible under the fallen leaves. The trees here were denser, thicker, and the underbrush was oddly flat, as if no animals ever passed through. Around midday, I found an old cabin. Not marked on the map, it was rotting and half collapsed, but I went inside anyway, curious and looking for shelter. The interior was moldy and stank of wet earth. A rusted bed frame was buried under a pile of decayed blankets. Empty cans and broken furniture littered the floor. On the back wall was something carved in the wood. Help us. I stood there staring, heart pounding. Below those words were more, less legible, older. They don't leave. I backed out fast, heart racing, and hiked another 2 hours before setting camp. I didn't care about my schedule anymore. I just wanted to make it out. That night was the worst. It started with a sound deep in the trees, a low moaning, like wind, but layered. Then came the footsteps again. But this time they didn't stop at the edge of my tent. I heard the zipper twitch, just the faintest tug. I held my breath, clutching the knife, praying I'd imagined it. Then, ever so slowly, the zipper pulled downward about an inch. I lost it. I screamed and kicked out, burst from the tent, waving the knife and flashlight like a lunatic. Nothing was there. No animals, no wind, just that crushing silence again. Then I looked at the ground. Footprints, not boots or shoes. Bare feet. Long, narrow, deep set like the toes had dug in hard, leading from the tree line straight to my tent. And then, nothing. No return path. I broke down my tent in 10 minutes flat and didn't sleep. I hiked through the night, only stopping when my legs felt like giving out. I didn't care if I sprained an ankle or ran into a bear. I needed to get out. The final morning, I found the trail again, then the fire road. It took me hours, but I made it back to the ranger station by evening. Tim was there. As soon as he saw me, he stood up, mouth open like he knew something had gone wrong. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked quietly. I didn't answer, just nodded. He sat down and rubbed his face like it was something he'd seen too many times before. "Red Creek Valley's bad," he said. "Always has been. They tried to close it off a few years back, but too many folks complained. Think they're entitled to all of nature, you know? Doesn't matter what's out there. Doesn't matter if it was never meant for us." I asked him if anyone had ever disappeared. More than you'd guess. Hikers, campers. One guy back in 92 never came back. Found his boots in a tree 20 feet up. No sign of him. We stopped doing official searches in that area. Not worth it. I wanted to report what I'd seen. The footprints, the noises, the thing between the trees. But what could I say that didn't make me sound insane? I handed him the cloth scrap from the jacket. He took it, stared at it for a long time, then walked to the back and came out with a folder. Inside were photos, missing persons. And there, third page in, was a young guy in a flannel jacket with torn sleeves, missing since 2009. "His family still calls," Tim said. "Every year." I signed a statement, gave him my full story, and got in my car. I drove straight through the night back to DC, and I haven't set foot in the woods since. Sometimes, if I leave the window open, I still wake up to silence. No cars, no breeze, no insects, just that heavy, unnatural quiet, like something's waiting. Story the end. The day I first realized I wasn't alone in those woods started like any other backpacking trip I'd taken. I was 31, a weekend warrior who worked in IT and escaped the city whenever I could. That spring of 2017, I planned a solo trip deep into the Allegheny National Forest in northwestern Pennsylvania. The forest covers nearly 500,000 acres of thick, rolling woodland, crisscrossed by trails, old logging roads, and hidden creeks. I'd been out there once before and loved the raw, quiet wilderness. I set out on a Friday morning with my pack loaded, tent, stove, food, water filter, a detailed map, compass, and my phone for emergencies. I'd told my sister where I was going and when I'd check in. The plan was a 4-day loop starting near the Hickory Creek trailhead, winding through rugged backcountry. Day one was perfect. Cool weather, bright sun filtering through new leaves. The woods felt alive with spring growth and bird songs. I followed the marked trail, crossing several small streams, and set camp near a quiet bend in the Allegheny River. I remember the sky was a clear blue and the air smelled sweet with wet earth. That first night, I slept like a rock. Nothing but the gentle rush of the river and distant hoots of owls. Day two started with fog hanging low in the valley. I pushed deeper into the forest, enjoying the solitude. Around midday, as I took a break by a fallen log, I noticed some odd markings on nearby trees. They looked like scratches, too deep and deliberate to be natural. At first, I thought maybe bears marking territory, but the pattern was strange. A series of vertical lines crossed by short horizontal slashes, repeated on multiple trunks. I snapped photos, intrigued but uneasy. I brushed it off and kept moving, but by afternoon, a heavy silence had settled over the woods. No birds, no squirrels, not even wind in the canopy. The kind of silence that makes your skin crawl. I stopped to rest on a rock and suddenly felt the hairs on my neck stand up. I glanced around but saw nothing. Then I heard it. Footsteps, not far off, crunching on dry leaves. Slow, measured steps that didn't belong to any animal I knew. I stood and scanned the trees, calling out, but no reply. The footsteps stopped. That night, as I lay in my tent, the silence was broken by faint whispers outside. I strained to listen, but couldn't make out words. My flashlight caught movement beyond the mesh, pale shapes slipping between the trees, shadows that didn't quite match the forms of the woods. I tried to convince myself it was the wind or my imagination. Still, I didn't sleep well. The following day, I found myself avoiding the areas where I'd heard the noises. The trail took me past an old hunter's cabin, abandoned and weathered by decades of storms. Curiosity got the better of me, and I explored inside. The cabin was sparse, just a rusted stove, broken furniture, and a scattering of rusted cans. On a table, I found a faded notebook. Flipping through, I recognized the handwriting as belonging to a man named John Weaver, who wrote about strange occurrences in the forest during the 1980s. His entries mentioned the Watchers, shadowy figures who appeared at dusk, silent and still, watching those who dared enter their domain. He described hearing voices in the night, calling his name, and seeing glowing eyes in the darkness. One chilling passage stood out. I know they're here. They've been watching for years. Some say they're the spirits of lost hunters. Others that they're something older, protectors of the forest. Whatever they are, they don't like visitors. I closed the notebook, a cold feeling settling in my gut. That night, the fog rolled in thick. I was camped near a creek, and the rushing water mixed with strange sounds, low moans, and the whispers again. I heard something scraping near my tent as if claws or fingernails dragged across the fabric. I sat frozen, knife in hand, flashlight shaking. At one point, the zipper slowly started sliding down. I screamed and bolted outside, shining my light wildly. The forest was empty, but the footprints in the mud were unmistakable, bare feet, long toes, like stepping carefully around my tent in a circle. I left the next morning, skipping planned stops to get back to the trailhead. When I reached the ranger station, I told the staff what I'd seen and felt. The ranger, a middle-aged woman named Linda, nodded grimly. "You're lucky to be back," she said. "Those woods have a reputation. People go missing every year out there. We call it the Silent Watch." She showed me reports of hikers who vanished near that same area, never found, their last known locations eerily close to the abandoned cabin. I never returned to Allegheny. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear whispers in my mind, and when I close my eyes, I see those pale figures watching from the edges of the forest. Some places don't want you there, and the wilderness can hold secrets darker than any shadow. Story the end. I was 31 when I took a solo backpacking trip through the San Juan Mountains in Colorado. I wasn't inexperienced. I'd been hiking and backpacking for over a decade, and I'd soloed before, but never for more than 2 days. This time, I planned for 5. I wanted to disconnect, get off grid, and prove to myself I could go deeper into the backcountry alone and come back unscathed. The first 3 days were uneventful in the best possible way. The air was crisp, the trees were golden with early fall, and I barely saw another soul once I'd passed the first trail junction. I made camp beside an alpine lake the third night, tucked against a boulder field. It was beautiful. Cold, but serene. That night, the wind picked up harder than it had the first 2 nights, but I attributed it to the higher elevation. Sometime after midnight, I woke up with a start. My tent was silent. No wind, no rustling trees. Just stillness. I didn't hear any wildlife, no insects, not even the distant chirp of birds that occasionally call at night. Just silence. I lay there, eyes open in the dark, listening. My headlamp was next to me, but I didn't want to flick it on. Something felt wrong. Not threatening at first, just off. The kind of silence that swells like pressure in your ears, like something was waiting for a sound to break it. Then I heard what I thought was a footstep. Not the scurry of a raccoon or the soft pad of a deer. A distinct footfall. Slow, deliberate, just one. Right outside the tent, I sat up, heart racing. I stayed still, straining to hear. Nothing. Then again, another footstep, then 2 more. They were soft but unmistakable, heavy, not dragging, not animalistic, human. My first thought was that someone had followed me, maybe another hiker or a hunter, maybe someone lost or drunk, but I hadn't seen anyone in over a day and a half. And who the hell would be wandering around a boulder field in the middle of the night? I finally clicked on my headlamp and unzipped the tent in one smooth motion, expecting to catch someone in the beam. There was nothing, just the big rocks, stunted trees, and my fire pit, burned out since dusk. I stepped outside, shivering. It was colder than it had been the last few nights. My breath clouded thickly in front of me. I circled my campsite slowly, sweeping my light back and forth. Still nothing. No boot prints, no animal tracks, not even disturbed pine needles. I even looked on the boulders thinking someone might have been perched above me, but there was nothing. I eventually climbed back into my tent, zipped it up, and sat for over an hour, light still on. Eventually I must have drifted off again because the next time I opened my eyes, the sun was rising. I tried to convince myself I dreamt it, that maybe the wind had kicked up a loose rock. But the whole forest had gone dead silent right before it happened, and that stuck with me. I packed up and hiked out that day, cutting the trip short by 2 days. But I didn't go home. I drove into Durango and stayed at a cheap motel to decompress. That should have been the end of it, just a weird night and nothing more. But that wasn't the last time something happened. About 2 months later, back home in Colorado Springs, I started waking up in the middle of the night again, always around 2:30 a.m., always with that same stillness. At first, I thought it was my own anxiety. I'd had nightmares occasionally since the trip, mostly dreams of being watched from behind the trees or hearing something breathing just outside my tent. But that's all they were, dreams. Until one night, I woke up and heard my front door handle jiggle. It was faint, like someone testing it gently. It happened twice, then silence. I live alone in a single-story house in a quiet neighborhood. I have a motion sensor porch light and a camera doorbell. Neither had gone off. I got up, checked the door. It was locked. No one was outside. I reviewed the footage, nothing. It started happening weekly. I'd hear faint noises at night, footsteps outside, sometimes the sound of gravel shifting in the driveway, but never anything caught on camera. Sometimes I'd see the porch light flicker, but when I checked the footage again, there was nothing. Then the dreams started becoming more specific. I'd be back in that tent, hearing the footsteps again. But now, in the dream, the footsteps would stop just outside the tent, and something would press against the fabric, like a hand. Once, the entire side of the tent bowed inward, like something was leaning against it. It got worse. In real life, not just dreams. 3 weeks ago, I was watching TV when the power cut out, just my house. The street was still lit. I checked the breaker. Everything was fine. When the lights came back on maybe 5 minutes later, my back door was open. It's always locked, always. I hadn't touched it in 2 days. There were no signs of forced entry, no footprints in the backyard, just the door, wide open like someone had walked in. I stopped sleeping after that. Started keeping a bat next to my bed. I even got a dog from the shelter, a big German Shepherd mix named Kilo. He barked the first few nights at shadows or random corners of the house, but after a week, he stopped. Instead, now he'll just stare at the hallway or the back door and whimper quietly. He won't go near the door after dark. Last week, I had another nightmare, but this one was different. In it, I was outside my house. It was night. I stood at the edge of my driveway, barefoot, staring at the window to my bedroom. Inside, I could see myself sleeping. I watched for a long time. Then I stepped forward, climbed through the window without a sound, and stood over myself watching my sleeping form. I didn't do anything. I just stood there. I woke up drenched in sweat, the sheets twisted around me. Kilo was growling softly, staring at the same window I'd seen in the dream. I don't know what followed me out of that forest. I don't know if it's even something from this world. All I know is that something was out there. It wasn't just a hiker or a bear. It found me alone in the wilderness, and now it knows where I live. I haven't slept more than a couple of hours a night in weeks. I keep the lights on, and I moved my bed away from any windows. Uh, I have cameras inside the house now, not just outside. But I check the footage every morning, and there's never anything on them, except once. One time, about 4 nights ago, the living room camera recorded 3 seconds of static at exactly 2:33 a.m. No sound, no movement, just static, like an old TV tuned to a dead channel. And yet when I woke up that night, the bedroom window was cracked open. I never open it. Ever. Last night, I tried something new. I left a voice recorder running overnight. Nothing high-tech, just a cheap digital one I set on the nightstand and hit record before I fell asleep. This morning, I played it back. Hours of nothing, white noise, my shifting in the bed, a few low grunts from the dog. Then at 2:32 a.m., I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, right next to the recorder. You can hear the wooden floor creak under the weight. Then a whisper, low, hoarse, almost indiscernible. It said my name, then nothing but static again for 10 full seconds. I've booked a flight to Arizona. My cousin has a ranch near Flagstaff, and she said I can stay with her as long as I want. I don't know if leaving will help. I don't know if this thing is tied to my house or to me, but I need to get out. The woods called to me once, and I answered. I think it heard me, and it never stopped listening. Story, the end. There's this stretch of wilderness in northern Idaho that doesn't show up much on travel blogs or hiking forums. Locals talk about it like it's just another part of the mountains. Nothing special. But there's something off about it. I never believed in the old stories until the summer of 2021, when my cousin Brian and I took a trip out there to get off the grid. He was 2 years out of the army, and I'd just quit a job I hated. We both needed the break, so a week in the deep woods with no phone signal seemed perfect. We didn't go in totally blind. Brian's friend Caleb had mentioned a remote trail that looped through dense pine forest, past a couple of crystal clear lakes, and ended near an old Forest Service cabin. It was supposed to be stunning and totally deserted. It wasn't on any official maps, but Caleb marked it for us in pencil on an old paper topo. We stocked up on supplies, packed our tents, and drove out in Brian's beat-up Subaru. It took 5 hours of driving and another 3 of hiking to even reach the trailhead. From there, we followed a fading path lined with fallen branches and moss-covered stones. The first 2 days were almost magical. Thick, silent woods, barely a trace of other hikers. We set up camp each night near streams and ate freeze-dried meals under the stars. On the third day, we came across something strange. It was around mid-afternoon. We'd just crested a hill when Brian pointed out something below us through the trees, a clearing perfectly circular, maybe 50 feet across. It wasn't a meadow or swamp, just a strange, bare patch of dirt, like something had scorched or scraped it clean. The odd part was how symmetrical it was. Nature isn't neat, but this looked man-made. We didn't go down, just stood at the edge, staring. Probably just an old fire site, I said, though no burn marks were visible. Brian just stared. He had a kind of hard-to-read face, but I could tell something about it unsettled him. That night, we camped on a ridge. I remember it being cold, colder than the previous nights, enough that I had to pull on extra socks in my sleeping bag. We didn't talk much before turning in. I must have drifted off around midnight. I woke up to a sound I can't quite describe, like dry leaves being dragged in long strokes, over and over again. I unzipped my tent and stuck my head out. The forest was dark but not pitch black. A half moon hung between the trees. I didn't see anything moving, but the dragging sound continued, coming from the slope just below us. I looked toward Brian's tent. The flap was closed, no light inside. I whispered his name, then louder. He didn't respond. The dragging noise stopped. For a second, I thought I imagined it. Then it started again, closer this time. "Brian," I said sharply. Still nothing. I got out and walked the 10 feet to his tent, squatted down, and tapped the nylon. "You awake?" No answer. I pulled open the flap. Empty. His sleeping bag was gone. My chest tightened. I turned in a slow circle, whispering his name into the dark. Then I saw movement, just a flicker of shadow down the slope. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it in that direction. The beam caught nothing but trees. Still, I thought I saw something dart behind a thick pine. I started down the hill by calling for Brian. After maybe 20 yards, the dragging sound returned. I stopped cold, holding the flashlight in both hands now. The sound didn't come from ahead, but behind me. I turned quickly, shining the light uphill toward our campsite. I saw something standing there, tall, thin, pale. It looked almost human, but its arms were too long, its legs too bowed. It was perfectly still. I stared at it for a full 5 seconds before my brain even processed it. Then I blinked, and it was gone. I ran back up the hill, stumbling over roots and rocks. I expected to find more signs of Brian, his boots, gear, something. But his tent was exactly as I left it, sleeping bag still missing. My own tent was untouched. I stayed up the rest of the night, clutching my camping knife and flashlight, ears straining in every direction. When dawn finally came, I searched everywhere. No sign of Brian, no tracks, no drag marks. It was like he'd vanished. Around noon, I broke camp and hiked the 10 miles to the trailhead. I had to drive another hour before I got cell service. I called search and rescue, reported Brian missing, and gave them GPS coordinates from my Garmin. They launched a search that same day. Drones, dogs, volunteers. They found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no fabric scraps. Nothing. I stayed in a cheap motel nearby for 3 days, hoping they'd find something. On the fourth day, one of the rangers pulled me aside. His name was Holden, an older guy with a limp. He asked me to describe the area we'd camped in, and when I mentioned the strange clearing, he stiffened. "You say it was circular?" he asked. "Yeah. Too perfect to be natural." He nodded slowly. "We don't map those spots. They show up sometimes. Weird energy zones, maybe old mining damage. Animals avoid them." I told him about the pale thing I saw. He didn't laugh, just told me, "Some places, people don't belong. It's like nature doesn't want us there." The search was called off after a week. Brian was declared missing, presumed dead. I went back home, hollowed out. His parents never forgave me, not directly, but I could feel it. I started having dreams. In one, I'm walking through the forest and I see him crouched behind a tree. When I get closer, I realize it's not him. It has his clothes, his face, but the eyes are all wrong. Black, glassy, inhuman. A month after I got home, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a Ziploc bag with Brian's dog tags and a small, smooth rock. The rock was round and flat, but carved with a spiral pattern. I still don't know what it means. The postmark was from a small town near where we hiked. I returned there once. Against every instinct, I went back to that trailhead. Hiked halfway up the ridge. I never made it to the clearing. I started to feel watched, cold prickles across the back of my neck. I left in a hurry, didn't even spend the night. That area is still unmapped. If you look at Google Earth, there's a weird blur in the satellite image where the forest should be. I've shown it to others. They all say it's a glitch. I don't believe that. Sometimes I still hear the dragging sound at night. Not loud, not threatening, just persistent, like it's trying to remind me. Brian's body was never recovered. Some nights I wonder if he's still out there, alive in some impossible way, or worse. There are places in the wild where rules don't apply, where things older than us linger just beneath the surface of what we call real. We went looking for peace and ended up brushing against something ancient and cold. Story the end. It was late October when Ryan Gilbert decided to go hiking solo through the Bitterroot Mountains in western Montana. He'd always been the type to seek solitude in the wilderness, and after a tough year of personal losses, his dad dying in spring and a breakup in summer, he just wanted to be alone with nature. No phone, no people, just fresh pine air, cold creeks, and crisp wind. The weather had started turning, but Ryan was experienced enough. He'd done the Appalachian Trail 3 years earlier and had plenty of cold weather gear. This was supposed to be a mental reset. He parked his beat-up Tacoma at a trailhead rarely used outside of hunting season and signed in at the wooden trail ledger, R. Gilbert, 3 nights, out October 30 worse. The plan was simple. Hike deep into the forest, pitch camp by one of the glacial lakes he'd marked on his map, and head back before Halloween. The first day was perfect. The trail was empty, and the farther he went, the quieter everything became. No engines, no chatter, just wind through branches and the occasional chirp of late-season birds. He saw deer twice, and once what he thought might have been a bear from a distance, although it moved off fast. By late afternoon, he found a good spot to make camp. Close enough to a stream for water, flat and with good visibility in every direction. That night was uneventful, if a bit cold. He made a small fire, warmed some canned chili, and sat staring at the stars until the flames died down. Then he crawled into his tent, pulled his sleeping bag tight, and fell asleep, listening to the whisper of the wind through trees. It was sometime after midnight when he woke up. Not suddenly, not with a jolt, just aware. Something felt off. There wasn't a sound outside, no wind, no animals, just dead silence. He held his breath and listened harder. The kind of quiet that presses on your ears like being underwater. He opened the zipper to his tent a couple inches and peeked outside. The moon was bright, casting long shadows across the clearing. Everything looked the same, nothing moved. Still, the silence made his skin crawl. He almost dismissed it as wilderness paranoia until just as he turned to zip the tent back up, he heard it. A long, slow creak. Creak-meek. It wasn't metal, not a tree branch. It sounded deliberate, like an old door being opened carefully. Except there were no buildings out here. He froze, halfway zipped, and waited. It didn't come again. He must have sat like that for 10 minutes, unmoving, watching the woods. Nothing. Finally, he shook his head and told himself it must have been a tree groaning in the cold. He zipped the tent and lay back down, but he didn't fall asleep for a long time. The next morning, everything looked normal. Frost sparkled on the leaves. Birds chirped. The same trickling stream ran just beyond the trees. Ryan packed up and hiked another 6 miles deeper into the range. He figured the farther in he went, the less he'd think about weird midnight noises. That night, he camped at the edge of an alpine lake. It was beautiful. Perfect, mirror-like water, thick evergreens all around, and a high ridge across the way that turned orange in the sunset. He built a fire, ate a protein bar and some jerky, then sat by the water and watched as mist started to curl up off the surface. The fog was strange. It formed quickly and thickened, spilling out from the lake onto the bank like smoke. Within 15 minutes, he couldn't see across to the ridge anymore. Then he heard the footsteps, not an animal scurrying or bounding. These were steady, human, crunching softly in the frost-covered leaves behind him. Ryan spun around, flashlight already in hand, and scanned the trees. "Hello?" he called. No answer. The light beam bounced off trunks and branches. Nothing. No eyeshine, no shape. But the sound had stopped. He backed toward his campfire and stayed close, his skin prickling, every instinct saying something was out there. But again, nothing. Just fog and silence. That night, he barely slept. Anytime he dozed, some sound woke him, soft scraping, whispering wind, or just the weight of silence crushing in around him. At one point, he thought he saw a figure in the mist near the lake. Tall, still, watching. But when he blinked, it was gone. A trick of the eyes, he told himself. The third day, he almost turned back, but he told himself it was just his mind playing games. He wanted to finish the loop he'd planned, reach one more campsite, then head back tomorrow. That day's trail was more rugged, less maintained. No footprints, no sign anyone had been through in a long time. Around midday, he found what looked like an old side path, barely visible through the undergrowth. It wasn't on his map, but something about it caught his interest. Maybe it led to an abandoned cabin or hunting blind. Curiosity pulled at him. He followed it for maybe 20 minutes before he saw something. Stone. A wall. Then more. Half sunken into the earth and strangled by vines was the crumbling shell of an old structure, barely more than a rectangle of rock walls and a rotted wooden doorway hanging off one hinge. An old homestead, maybe. No roof, just beams and moss-covered planks. A rusted stove lay toppled inside, and what might have been a chair frame. Something about it chilled him. Not the cold, but a feeling like being watched. He didn't step inside, just stood staring, unsure why he felt like he was trespassing. As he turned to leave, he saw something in the dirt near the doorway. A handprint. Not an animal's. Not weathered. It was small, human-sized, and perfectly shaped in the fresh soil. No boot prints around it, just that one mark, like someone had pressed their hand down and vanished. Ryan backed away slowly. The woods around him suddenly felt wrong. He returned to the main trail quickly, glancing back every few steps. By late afternoon, he reached a ridge with a good view and set up camp. He didn't light a fire, just ate a cold meal and kept watch, his small axe always within reach. That night, the fog came back, thicker, denser. It rolled in around sunset and swallowed the world. He could barely see 10 feet beyond his tent. The silence returned too, total, suffocating. No animals, no wind. Then the whispers began. They weren't loud, just at the edge of hearing. A woman's voice, he thought, or a child, saying nothing he could make out. But he knew they weren't in his head. He grabbed his flashlight and scanned the trees. Shapes flickered in the mist. Something darted left. He turned the light. Nothing. Then movement again. It felt like a game. Surrounding him. He bolted into the tent and zipped it shut, clutching the axe to his chest. The whispers didn't stop. They moved around the tent, circling. Then came the dragging sound. Something pulling across the ground. It stopped right by the tent wall. Ryan didn't move. He held his breath until his lungs burned. He waited for hands to press against the fabric or worse, but nothing happened. Eventually, after what must have been hours, it stopped. The silence returned. He passed out sometime before dawn from sheer exhaustion. When he woke up, it was bright. The mist was gone. Birds chirped. It was like nothing had happened, except for the footprints. All around his tent, in a perfect circle, were barefoot prints. Small, child-sized. Dozens of them, too many. And one handprint pressed against the tent wall just above where his head had been. He didn't eat, didn't pack, just rolled everything up and started hiking back toward the truck. It was a full day's hike, but he didn't care. He didn't stop. Around midday, he heard the giggle, not loud, soft, just off the trail, a child's laugh. Then running steps, bare feet slapping dirt. Ryan froze. "Hello?" he called, voice breaking. The woods stared back, silent. He walked faster. That night, he didn't camp. He hiked with a headlamp, ignoring exhaustion, limbs trembling from fear and fatigue. Somewhere around 2 a.m., he reached his truck. The ledger at the trailhead still had his name on it, but underneath, someone had written, "Didn't leave." No signature. He drove all the way back to Missoula without stopping. Didn't sleep. Didn't even look back. He told a forest ranger the next week what he'd seen. The man just looked at him quietly, then said, "There's old ground out there, places people used to live, places they left for a reason. Best not to camp near them." Ryan never went back. He sold his hiking gear within a month. Friends thought he was overreacting, but every so often he wakes in the middle of the night, no wind, no sound, and swears he hears whispers outside his window. Soft giggles, bare footsteps on pavement. He hasn't gone camping since. Story the end. It was late September, the kind of time in Montana when the leaves were turning golden and orange, but the nights already felt like early winter. I had gone up to the Bob Marshall Wilderness with my buddy Jake for a 6-day backpacking trip. We'd planned it for months. He had just come back from deployment, and I had just quit a job I hated. This was going to be our break from everything. Phones were off. We parked his truck just outside the Sun River trailhead and hiked in about 10 miles the first day, our packs full of dehydrated meals, whiskey, and stories we hadn't told each other in years. By the third night, we were deep into the woods. No cell service, no roads, just us, the trees, and the ever-present sound of the wind stirring the pines. Jake had set up his hammock between two trees, and I pitched my tent a few feet away, near the creek. It was an idyllic spot, or at least it looked like it. That night was when the first strange thing happened. We had just finished dinner, and the fire was crackling low. Jake had gone off behind the trees to relieve himself, and I was sitting alone when I heard this sound. Like heavy breathing, almost animal-like, but too deep and rhythmic to be a bear or a deer. At first I thought it was just the wind through the rocks, but the firelight flickered in a way that made me feel like something was just outside of its glow. When Jake came back, I asked if he had seen or heard anything weird. He just shook his head, shrugged, and poured himself another cup of whiskey. "Wilderness plays tricks on your ears," he said. I didn't push it. Maybe he was right. The next morning we found something strange by the creek. Boot prints. Not ours. These were much larger and only one set. They led from the woods to the creek, stopped abruptly, and didn't return. No sign of slipping into the water, no drag marks, nothing. It was like whoever or whatever made them just vanished. Jake tried to laugh it off, saying maybe it was a hunter passing through, but we hadn't seen or heard anyone in days. No planes, no hikers, not even distant gunshots. We were out there, alone. That day, we hiked further in, trying to reach a high ridge that Jake had marked on his map. It was tough going, thick brush, unstable footing, and that feeling, you know the one, like you're being watched. I told myself it was just the silence getting to me. There's a kind of pressure in deep silence. It wraps around you, crawls into your ears, makes your brain fill in sounds that aren't there. At dusk, we made camp near the ridge. There was a clearing where the sky opened up and the stars looked close enough to touch. We built a small fire and sat on rocks, exhausted but content. Jake was carving a piece of wood with his pocket knife when he paused and looked toward the trees. "You see that?" he asked. I turned, expecting maybe a deer or elk, but I saw nothing, just dark tree trunks and black shadows. I shook my head. "What? I thought I saw someone. Standing there, real still." We both stood up, scanned the woods with our flashlights, and called out. No reply. Nothing moved, not even the wind. We circled the camp once, flashlights cutting through the brush, our hands tight on our knives. Still nothing. We slept light that night. Every twig snapping made me jump. At one point, I swear I heard footsteps circling my tent, but when I called out to Jake, they stopped, and he didn't respond. I figured he was asleep or messing with me, but the next morning he looked tired and grim. "Did you come to my hammock last night?" he asked, rubbing his face. "No." "Why?" He didn't answer right away. Then he said, "I heard someone whispering, right in my ear, couldn't make out the words, thought maybe it was you." I told him no, I had stayed in my tent all night, and I hadn't said a word. We both tried to shake it off, ate breakfast fast, and packed up. Neither of us said much that day. We hiked down the ridge into a narrow valley. As we moved deeper, the trees got denser and darker. It felt wrong, like we were stepping into a place we weren't supposed to be. Midday, we stopped to refill water at a stream, and Jake noticed something on a tree. A small bundle of twigs tied with red thread hanging from a low branch. It looked like some kind of charm or talisman. When he reached for it, I grabbed his wrist. "Don't," I said. "Just don't." He looked at me, surprised, then nodded. We left it hanging and moved on, but that's when things really started to get bad. That night, we camped in the valley. No fire, just our headlamps. Everything felt off. Air too still, the silence too deep. Jake was jumpy, checking the perimeter over and over. At one point, I saw him standing absolutely still, staring into the dark. "What is it?" I asked. "I keep seeing that same figure, watching us. Every time I look, it's gone." I didn't laugh. I'd felt it too, that pressure in the air, like something thick was wrapped around us. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of someone walking between our tents. Slow, deliberate steps, crunching leaves. I held my breath, trying to decide if I should call out or stay quiet. Then I heard my tent zipper move, just slightly. Not enough to open it, just a gentle tug like fingers playing with it. I shot up and yelled Jake's name. No response. I scrambled out of the tent with my flashlight and knife. Jake's hammock was empty. Panic set in instantly. I called for him, shouting into the trees. My voice echoed back, distorted by the narrow valley walls. Then I heard him, far off, yelling my name. I ran toward it, heart slamming in my chest. I followed his voice up the slope, my flashlight bouncing. But no matter how fast I moved, the voice didn't get closer. It stayed just out of reach. Then, dead silence. I stopped, panting, turning in circles. All I could see were trees. All I could hear was my own breathing. Suddenly, Jake was behind me, grabbing my arm. "I was calling you," he said, wide-eyed. "I woke up in the woods. I don't know how I got there." We hiked back to camp, both shaken. Our gear had been moved, tents slightly shifted, our packs unzipped. My sleeping bag was missing. We didn't sleep. Just sat with our backs to a rock wall, knives in hand, scanning the dark until morning. The next day we agreed. This trip was over. We started hiking back early, moving fast, barely speaking. About 5 miles in, we passed a small cave entrance I didn't remember seeing before. Outside of it, carved into the bark of a tree, was Jake's name. Just his first name, in deep gouges like with a knife. He stared at it for a long time. "I didn't do that," he said. I didn't reply. We just kept walking. As we got closer to the trailhead, the woods seemed to breathe again. The air felt lighter, the birds returned. We saw a squirrel, then a deer. Little things you don't notice until they're missing. We reached the truck by evening. As Jake went to unlock it, I turned and looked back toward the trees. There, in the distance, half hidden by the branches, was a figure. Pale, still, watching. I didn't tell Jake. I just got in the truck and slammed the door. We drove back to town without saying a word. A few weeks later, Jake sent me a photo he'd taken out there. It was a shot of the ridgeline at sunset, but in the lower left corner, barely visible, was a shape. Humanoid. White. Blurred. It wasn't there when he took the photo, he swore. I deleted it. Jake hasn't gone back out into the woods since. Neither have I. Something was out there. Something that didn't want us there. It didn't need to chase us. It didn't need to hurt us. It just watched and waited. And that was enough. Story the end. It was early October when I decided to take a week off from my job in Denver and head out into the wilderness for some much-needed solitude. The stresses of city life had been building up for months, and I figured a solo camping trip deep in the Rocky Mountains would be the perfect way to reset my mind. I chose a remote section of the Colorado Rockies near an area known locally as the Devil's Backbone. It's a rugged stretch of rocky ridges and dense pine forests that's been largely untouched, save for the occasional hiker or hunter. The area was beautiful, but it had a reputation among locals for being odd. Strange noises, people going missing, and stories of ghost sightings were common in whispered campfire tales. I didn't believe in ghosts, but the eerie stories only added to the allure. My first day hiking in was uneventful, the air crisp and clean, the golden aspens glowing in the afternoon light. I set up my camp just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the mountains, not far from an old logging road that had long since been reclaimed by the forest. The only sounds were the rustling of wind through the trees and the occasional distant call of a crow. I made a small fire, cooked some dehydrated chili, and settled in for the night, feeling peaceful in a way I hadn't in a long time. That night, though, something changed. Around midnight, I was awoken by the sound of footsteps outside my tent. Not the scuffle of an animal, but deliberate, slow, measured steps like someone walking carefully through the underbrush. My heart hammered in my chest, but when I unzipped the tent and shone my flashlight out, all I saw was the dense forest. No figure, no movement, The footprints, if any, were gone. I chalked it up to nerves and drifted back to sleep. The next day, I decided to explore a bit further. I followed an old trail that curved up and around a ridge, giving me an incredible view of the valley below. About halfway along the trail, I noticed something strange. An old, weathered wooden sign nailed to a tree. The paint was faded, but I could just make out the words, "Beware the Hollow." The sign looked decades old. I had no idea what the hollow was, but the chill that ran down my spine wasn't from the cold. That afternoon, I asked some locals in a tiny town a couple of hours away about it. The older man I spoke to, who ran the general store, looked me up and down and then lowered his voice. "The hollow is a place out there in the Devil's Backbone," he said, pointing vaguely northwest. "Some say it's cursed. People who wander in don't always come out, or if they do, they ain't the same. Some folks call it haunted. Ain't nothing good happens there after dark." He went on to tell me about a logging camp from the early 1900s that had been abandoned suddenly after a series of mysterious disappearances. The workers had been cutting timber in a particular hollow deep in the forest, hence the name, when strange things started happening. Tools went missing, eerie voices were heard at night, and some men vanished without a trace. The camp was deserted soon after, left to rot and crumble. I was intrigued. It was exactly the kind of eerie history that fascinated me. I wasn't a thrill seeker, but I was curious about the hollow. The next day, I made my way there. As I approached the entrance to the hollow, the forest seemed to grow darker and quieter. The trees were taller and thicker, their branches intertwining above to block out most of the sunlight. The air felt heavier, almost like it was pressing against my chest. I took a deep breath and pressed on. Walking into the hollow felt like stepping back in time. Old rusted machinery lay half buried in moss, and rotting wooden beams poked through the undergrowth. The ground was littered with broken glass and twisted metal. I found remnants of tools and even a broken lunch pail. It was clear that no one had been here for decades. As I wandered through the ruins, a cold wind blew through the trees, carrying a faint sound, like whispered voices. I stopped and listened, but it quickly faded away. I shook my head, telling myself it was just the wind playing tricks. That evening, I camped near the edge of the hollow. The sun slipped below the horizon faster than I expected, and darkness fell like a curtain. I set up my tent and started a fire, but something felt off. The usual forest sounds were absent. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just an eerie silence. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by the unmistakable sound of voices. Low, murmuring, almost chanting. The voices seemed to circle my camp, rising and falling like waves. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the trees, but saw nothing. The fire flickered violently, as if caught in a sudden gust, though the air was still. I could swear I saw shadows moving just beyond the light's reach, figures that weren't quite human. They were tall and thin, with elongated limbs that bent at unnatural angles. Their faces were blurred, as if made of smoke. The voices grew louder, the whispers turning into words I couldn't understand, but that sent chills down my spine. Frozen with fear, I grabbed my backpack and started packing quickly. As I fumbled with my gear, the fire suddenly died, plunging me into total darkness. The voices stopped instantly. The oppressive silence returned. I didn't sleep that night. At first light, I packed up and left the hollow as fast as I could. I followed a different route back, sticking to the ridges where the sun was already warming the ground. But as the morning wore on, I felt a persistent sensation, like I was being watched. Every now and then I caught glimpses of movement at the edge of my vision, a flicker of white, a shadow slipping between the trees. By the time I reached my car in the nearby town, I was exhausted and shaken. I didn't tell anyone the full story at first. Who would believe me? But the experience stayed with me. Over the next few days, I tried to return to normal life, but I started having nightmares. I'd dream about the hollow, about those shadowy figures and their haunting voices. Sometimes in my dreams, I'd feel them reaching out to me, their fingers cold and clammy against my skin. One night, I woke up to find muddy footprints circling my bed. They were wet and smeared, like someone had walked through water before coming inside. But I live alone on the 14th floor of an apartment building in Denver. No one else had been in my apartment. I tried to rationalize it, maybe my cat tracked in mud. But the prints were too large, and they formed a perfect circle around the bed, stopping abruptly at the edges as if whoever made them vanished into thin air. Then the phone calls started. Late at night, my phone would ring with no one on the line. Sometimes I'd hear that same faint whispering, just like in the hollow. I changed my number twice, but the calls persisted. One afternoon, while walking home from work, I caught sight of a figure standing across the street. It was tall and thin, just like the shapes I'd seen in the hollow, but when I looked closer, the face was a swirling mist. I blinked, and the figure was gone. I became obsessed with the hollow, reading every old newspaper and journal entry I could find about the logging camp and the disappearances. According to local archives, 5 men vanished over a period of 3 months in 1911, all from the same camp. None were ever found. Several witnesses had reported hearing strange chanting and seeing ghostly figures near the hollow before the disappearances. Some folklore suggested the hollow was cursed by the spirits of Native Americans who once lived in the area, angered by the destruction of their sacred lands. Others whispered of a dark ritual gone wrong, trapping restless souls in the forest forever. One night I received a package at my apartment. There was no return address, just a small, weathered wooden box with strange carvings on it. Inside I found a handful of dried pine needles, a small rusted nail, and a scrap of yellowed paper. The paper had a message written in shaky handwriting: "Do not return. The hollow takes." I wanted to dismiss it as a prank, but the message shook me to my core. Still, I felt drawn to go back. I thought maybe I could find some way to end whatever was haunting the hollow. Maybe put those lost souls to rest. Against all reason, I planned a second trip. This time, I brought a friend, a park ranger named Josh who knew the area well. He was skeptical of my stories, but agreed to come along for safety. When we reached the hollow, Josh immediately felt the oppressive atmosphere. He said the forest felt wrong, the air thick, the shadows too deep. We spent the day documenting the ruins, but as night fell, the same eerie silence settled over the forest. I saw those shadowy figures again, lurking just beyond the light of our campfire. Suddenly, Josh stiffened. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. From deeper in the hollow, a low chanting began, slow and rhythmic like a funeral dirge. The temperature dropped sharply, our breath misting in the cold air. Josh grabbed his flashlight and shone it toward the sound, but the beam flickered and died. In the darkness, glowing eyes appeared, dozens of them encircling us. Panic set in. We scrambled to pack up, but the shadows closed in. I swear I heard whispers calling my name, promising secrets and power if I stayed. Josh dragged me out, and we ran through the forest, branches clawing at our faces. Behind us, the chanting grew louder, more frenzied. When we finally burst out of the hollow into the open forest, the sound stopped. We didn't look back. Back in town, Josh refused to speak about what happened, but I saw the fear in his eyes. The next morning, I returned to Denver, but the hollow never left me. Sometimes, late at night, I hear those whispers again, faint, just beyond hearing. Sometimes in the corner of my eye, I see shadows moving, watching. I don't know what the hollow is, or what it wants. All I know is that some places in the wilderness aren't just empty spaces. They hold memories. Darker than anything you can imagine. And if you're not careful, those memories will find you. Story the end. The woods of northern Minnesota have always held a certain reputation. Thick with pine and birch, shrouded in mist most mornings, and echoing with the cries of loons, the wilderness stretches on for miles, largely untouched by modern life. People in town tell stories, mostly dismissed as campfire tales, about strange happenings in the dense forest, lost hikers, eerie lights, unexplainable noises. But there was one story, something that didn't fade into the usual folklore, that left a scar on the local community, and it wasn't shared lightly. It happened in the fall of 2015. A group of 4 college friends from Minneapolis, Jake, Emily, Mark, and Sarah, decided to take a weekend camping trip deep into the Superior National Forest. They were all experienced campers and hikers, eager to get away from city life for a few days before the cold set in for the winter. The area they picked was near a little-known section of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness, a place that was rugged, remote, and most importantly, legally accessible to campers with a permit. They planned to hike in Friday morning and camp for 2 nights before returning Sunday afternoon. Jake had been the one to organize the trip, a natural outdoorsman with a quiet intensity. Emily and Sarah, roommates back in college, were enthusiastic but a little less confident about roughing it, while Mark was the joker, keeping spirits high with his sarcastic humor. The first day went smoothly. They drove up Friday morning and arrived at the trailhead just before noon. The weather was crisp but clear, a perfect autumn day with the smell of pine needles and earth in the air. They loaded their backpacks and started the hike. The trail was narrow and rugged, winding between tall trees with leaves turning fiery reds and yellows. Wildlife was abundant. They saw deer, squirrels, and even a distant glimpse of a fox. The conversation was light and full of laughter. After about 5 miles, they reached their campsite near a small, quiet lake surrounded by dense forest. They set up their tents, gathered firewood, and started a fire as dusk approached. The water was cold but clear, and the lake surface reflected the early stars starting to appear in the sky. They cooked dinner over the fire, told stories, and then turned in early, tired from the hike. The night was cool, and the wind whispered through the trees. Jake was the first to wake up. He said later he had a strange feeling, a sort of cold presence that made the hair on his arms stand up. When he looked out of his tent, he saw nothing but the dark silhouettes of trees against the sky. Around 2 a.m., Emily woke up too. She heard a faint sound, like footsteps crunching on the leaves outside. She called softly to Mark, who was sleeping in the tent next to hers, but there was no answer. The sound stopped. She assumed it was just an animal and fell back asleep, though her heart was pounding. Morning came and everything seemed normal again. They ate breakfast, packed a little, and decided to explore a little further down the trail. That afternoon, they found an old abandoned cabin. It was dilapidated, covered in moss and vines, looking as if no one had lived there for decades. Curious, they poked around the cabin. Inside, the air was stale and cold, the floorboards creaking under their feet. On the wall, they saw a series of scratched-in symbols, strange, angular markings that didn't look like anything they recognized. Sarah felt uneasy and suggested they leave. They agreed and headed back to their camp. That night, as the fire burned low and the sky was cloudy, something changed. Mark was the first to notice. He was sitting closest to the fire when he suddenly stiffened, staring into the woods. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked. "Hear what?" Jake replied. "There's someone walking out there. I can hear footsteps, but no animals sound like that." Emily shone her flashlight into the darkness, but all she saw was the movement of tree branches in the wind. They tried to laugh it off, but the unease lingered. Suddenly, a loud snap echoed through the forest, a branch breaking close by. All four froze. "Maybe it's a bear?" Sarah whispered. Jake shook his head. "No, bears don't step like that. This is different." The footsteps seemed to circle their camp, slow and deliberate. The fire flickered as the wind picked up, casting long shadows among the trees. Then Mark's face went pale. "Guys, look!" he hissed, pointing. In the beam of the flashlight, at the edge of the tree line, stood a figure. It was pale and gaunt, wearing tattered clothes that looked old-fashioned. The eyes, Emily swore, reflected the light in a way that seemed almost unnatural. The figure didn't move, just stood there watching. Sarah screamed and grabbed Mark's arm. The figure vanished into the trees before they could react. They didn't sleep much after that. By morning, the air was thick with mist, and the forest was eerily silent. Their phones had no signal, and the GPS wasn't working properly, which wasn't unusual that far in the wilderness, but it added to the tension. Jake suggested they break camp and hike out immediately. Everyone agreed. As they packed, Emily noticed something strange. The footprints around their camp weren't just animal tracks. They were human, but not like any she'd seen before. The prints were oddly shaped, elongated, with strange marks embedded in the mud around the edges, as if made by claws or something unnatural. They set off on the trail, moving quickly. The forest seemed to close in around them, the trees dense and oppressive. The mist grew thicker, and soon they could barely see more than a few feet ahead. Then came the whispers. At first, faint and indecipherable like wind through the leaves. Then clearer. It sounded like voices, low and urgent, speaking in a language none of them understood. Jake stopped, listening carefully. "It's coming from all around us," he said quietly. Suddenly, Sarah screamed. She had stumbled on something half buried in the mud, an old, rusted metal object that looked like a small box, covered in the same strange symbols they'd seen scratched on the cabin walls. Jake tried to open it, but couldn't. The box was locked tight. The whispers turned to frantic murmurs, and the air grew colder. The group huddled together, panic rising. Emily looked behind them and froze. The figure was back. This time, not alone. More pale, gaunt shapes emerged from the mist. Their eyes glowed faintly, and they moved slowly but deliberately toward the campers. Jake shouted for them to run. They sprinted down the trail, but the forest seemed endless. The trees seemed to shift and move, blocking their path. Emily tripped and fell. As she scrambled to get up, a cold hand grabbed her ankle. She screamed, but when she looked, there was nothing there. Behind her, the figures closed in. Mark grabbed her arm and pulled her up. "Keep moving," he yelled. They ran for what felt like hours, but the forest never seemed to end. The mist thickened, muffling their footsteps and swallowing the sound of their breath. Finally, they saw a faint glow ahead, the trailhead where their car was parked. They burst through the trees into the clearing, but the car was gone. Only the tire tracks remained, fading into the woods. No cell signal, no help. Just them and the endless wilderness. They decided to follow the tire tracks, hoping to find their car or a road. As they walked, the whispers returned, this time louder and more desperate. The box in Jake's pack seemed to hum faintly, the strange symbols glowing softly in the dim light. Mark, who had been joking less and less, suddenly stopped and dropped to his knees, clutching his head. "They're inside my head," he muttered. "Whispering, calling me." The group tried to calm him, but he suddenly bolted into the trees. Jake and Sarah chased after him, but the mist swallowed Mark whole. Emily stayed behind, terrified. When Jake and Sarah returned without Mark, she ran after them. The forest seemed to twist around them, the trees forming impossible shapes, the sky darkening despite it being afternoon. They heard a scream, high-pitched and full of agony, echoing from deeper in the woods. They ran toward the sound, but all they found was a small clearing, empty except for a single tree. On the ground beneath it lay Mark's backpack, torn open. The box was gone. Jake looked around frantically, but there was no sign of Mark. Emily sobbed. They were lost, alone, and hunted by something they could not understand. Hours passed. The sun began to set, and the forest turned cold and silent again. Then the whispers stopped. A heavy stillness settled over the woods. Jake took out a pocket knife and pried open the box he still carried. Inside was a folded piece of old, yellowed paper. On it was a crude map, showing the lake where they camped, the abandoned cabin, and a winding path leading to an unknown place marked with the same strange symbols. Jake felt a chill run down his spine. "What is this?" Sarah asked. Before Jake could answer, a new sound cut through the silence, the faint roar of an engine. They followed the noise, pushing through the underbrush. As they broke into a clearing, they saw their car parked by the trailhead, the engine running as if waiting for them. They ran toward it, relief flooding their faces. Just as they reached the car, the mist thickened again. From the shadows, the pale figures appeared, surrounding the clearing. Emily screamed as a cold wind slammed the car door shut behind them. The engine died. The figures closed in. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the mist lifted. The figures vanished. The car's engine roared back to life. Jake slammed the door open and jumped in. Without a word, they drove away, the forest retreating behind them. Back in town, they reported the strange happenings, but locals only shook their heads, warning them not to go into that part of the forest again. The strange box was taken by the local historical society, but it disappeared shortly after. Mark was never found. Jake, Emily, and Sarah never returned to those woods. Years later, Jake told me, "Sometimes when I'm alone at night, I still hear the whispers, like they never left, and I wonder if Mark is still out there, somewhere, lost between this world and the next." The Superior National Forest keeps its secrets, and some say it's a gateway, a place where the veil between the living and the dead grows thin. And if you listen closely in the silence of the woods, you might just hear the whispers too. Story the end. The kind of silence you find deep in the wilderness is different from the quiet in cities or even the suburbs. It's the kind of silence that feels alive, like it's watching you. When I was younger, I didn't understand it. I thought silence was just the absence of noise. But out there in the woods of northern Maine where I grew up, Silence was something you could feel crawl under your skin. I learned about the woods early. My dad was a hunter, a man who'd been raised in those forests and knew every bend in the river and every tree with a claw mark from a bear. When I was 14, he took me out for a week-long camping trip, just the two of us. No cell phones, no distractions, just us and the wilderness. I was excited and terrified, but mostly excited. I wanted to prove I could handle it, that I was ready for what it meant to be a part of that world. We left our small town early one crisp fall morning, packing a truck with all the essentials: a tent, sleeping bags, food, and hunting gear. The drive out was quiet except for the hum of the engine and the occasional murmur from Dad about where we were headed. He said we'd find a spot near a lake, one that wasn't popular and where the wildlife was still thick, perfect for a boy's first solo experience in the wild. We hiked in for hours, the sun low in the sky, until we found a clearing by the edge of a small lake. The air smelled of pine and earth, the kind of smell that makes you breathe deeper without thinking. Dad set up the tent while I gathered wood for a fire. That night, we ate canned beans warmed on the fire and sat close, the flames flickering shadows across his weathered face. He told me stories about the woods, about animals and the spirits some old-timers said still roamed the forests. I didn't believe him then. Just a way to pass the time, I thought. The next day, we split up early. Dad wanted to scout the area while I stayed by the camp to explore a bit and maybe fish. I walked a little way into the woods, following a narrow trail lined with ferns and moss. The quiet wrapped around me, and I felt a kind of peace I never knew I needed. I found a spot by the lake's edge, sat on a rock, and watched the water ripple in the gentle breeze. That's when I first saw it. A figure, just beyond the tree line, standing motionless. It was pale, almost glowing in the dim light of the overcast day. At first, I thought it was another hunter or camper, but the shape was too thin, too still, no movement except for the faint rustle of leaves around it. I blinked and looked again. It was gone. I called out, "Hello?" but the woods swallowed my voice. No answer. I felt a chill, not from the cold, but a cold that seemed to seep into my bones. I hurried back to camp, telling Dad what I saw. He laughed it off, saying it was probably just a deer or a trick of the light. But I could see the unease in his eyes. That night, the silence felt different, thicker. As I lay in my sleeping bag, I heard faint footsteps outside the tent, soft but deliberate. I whispered to Dad, but he said it was probably an animal. Still, we kept the fire burning longer than usual. The next morning, Dad was gone. I woke up early like I always did to find the tent empty, no sign of him anywhere. At first, I thought he had gone out hunting, but his gear was still there and the fire was cold. Panic set in. I shouted his name, my voice cracking, but the forest didn't respond. I started walking, following the trail Dad had come back on, calling for him, trying to think clearly despite the growing fear. Hours passed, no sign of him. No tracks other than mine. As night fell again, I found a hollow tree to shelter in, pulling my jacket tight. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The silence wasn't just quiet anymore. It was waiting. Around midnight, I heard it, whispering. So faint I thought it was the wind, but it was words. Names, maybe? I strained to listen, but it was impossible to make out what was being said. Then the footsteps came closer, circling my hiding spot. I stayed frozen, heart pounding. Suddenly, a hand touched my shoulder. I spun around, ready to scream, but no one was there. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes until I stumbled and fell near the lake. I looked up to see the pale figure again, standing across the water, staring right at me with hollow eyes. Its mouth moved in that faint whisper. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. Then the figure began to walk toward the lake's edge, disappearing into the water as if it was part of it. At dawn, I found my way back to the camp. There, on the ground, was Dad's hunting knife. Beside it, a crudely carved wooden figure, something like a small doll made from twigs and cloth, tied with red string. I picked it up, feeling an unnatural cold radiate from it. I don't know what that thing was, but after that day, the woods changed for me. I was eventually found by a search party, weak and dehydrated, and taken back to town. They never found Dad. The official story was he must have gotten lost or fallen somewhere. But I know the truth. Those woods hold something dark, something that's been there long before we came, something that watches, waits, and sometimes takes what it wants. I never went back, but sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I hear whispering on the breeze, and I remember the silence, alive and waiting. Story the end. The idea of escaping the city for a while had been bouncing around my head for months. Working a desk job in Minneapolis day in and day out had worn me thin, and I craved something raw and untouched, a break from the endless hum of traffic, fluorescent lights, and office chatter. So I planned a solo backpacking trip deep into the wilderness of northern Minnesota's Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. It was a place I'd always wanted to visit, full of dense forests, clear lakes, and miles of isolation. I'd done some solo camping before, but never for more than a couple days, never this far out. I prepped for weeks, buying gear, studying maps, plotting a route that would take me about 7 days to complete. The plan was simple: paddle across a few lakes, hike some portage trails, camp where the land felt quiet, and spend some time disconnected from everything. The day I left, the sky was overcast, the kind of gray that weighs heavy on your mood but keeps the bugs down. I launched my canoe off the shoreline of a small town called Ely, pushing away from the dock with my paddle and feeling the weight of the pack settle into the boat. The first few days were peaceful in the way only the wilderness can be. Water lapping against the canoe's hull, the rustle of pine needles overhead, distant loon calls echoing across the lakes at dusk. I followed the routes marked on my map, crossing portages where I'd haul my canoe and gear over rocky trails between bodies of water. I found small clearings to set up camp, cooked simple meals over a portable stove, and slept under a tarp when it rained. But around day 4, things started to change. I can't say exactly when the feeling set in, but it was a creeping unease that settled in my gut like cold stones. It wasn't anything I could point to directly, no wildlife sightings or weather changes, but the forest grew oddly silent. The birds stopped singing, the usual chorus of insects dimmed to a near hush. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. That afternoon, I stopped at a small bay to refill my water and take a break. As I knelt by the edge of the lake, I noticed footprints pressed into the muddy shore. They were barefoot, large, and oddly shaped, too big to be mine or any animal I knew. The prints trailed off into the woods nearby, disappearing under a blanket of moss and fallen leaves. I stood up quickly, heart pounding, scanning the tree line. No movement, no sign of anyone. I chalked it up to another camper or maybe a local who'd wandered through, but something about the prints made me uneasy. They were too deep, as if whoever made them was heavy or moved with purpose. I packed up and hurried back to my canoe. The lake water was eerily still, almost mirror-like, reflecting the gray sky and treetops perfectly. That night as I lay in my tent, I heard something. Soft footsteps circling my camp. I froze, straining to listen. They were slow and deliberate, the faint crunch of dead leaves under bare feet. I flicked on my flashlight and shone it through the tent wall. Nothing. No one. The forest held its breath again. I whispered, "Who's there?" But the only answer was silence. The next day, determined to push on, I paddled toward a more remote area, hoping the isolation would bring peace. But instead, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Shadows seemed to flicker just beyond my vision. The silence deepened. I came across an abandoned cabin nestled near the edge of a lake. It was weathered and covered in moss, the windows broken, door hanging open. I stepped inside cautiously. The air was thick with dust and the smell of rot. In the corner, I found a journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. Flipping through, I read entries from a man who had lived there decades ago. He wrote about strange happenings, voices in the night, footsteps outside his cabin, eerie figures glimpsed through the trees. His last entry was a warning. They come with the silence. Beware the watching eyes. Chills ran down my spine as I closed the journal and hurried back outside. That night, as the wind whispered through the pines, I heard whispering voices just beyond my campfire's glow. Words I couldn't understand, spoken softly and overlapping like a chorus. I spun around with my flashlight, but the darkness swallowed the light. The whispers faded as suddenly as they started, leaving me alone with pounding heart and cold sweat. Over the next 2 days, the strange occurrences escalated. Footprints appeared around my tent every morning, bare, large, always in a perfect circle, as if someone had walked around me while I slept. My food supplies were disturbed, bags unzipped or moved slightly. The fire refused to stay lit for more than a few minutes at a time, no matter how dry the wood was. I even thought I saw figures watching me from a distance, tall, thin silhouettes that vanished when I looked directly. On the fifth night, I was jolted awake by the sound of a woman's scream, piercing and desperate, echoing across the lake. It shattered the stillness and sent me scrambling for my gear. My flashlight barely cut through the dense darkness, but I aimed it toward the sound. Nothing. No movement. No signs of life. I couldn't sleep after that. The following morning, I packed up everything and started paddling back toward the trailhead. The silence of the forest felt suffocating, thick with an unseen presence that seemed to close in around me. About halfway back, my canoe struck something submerged. I looked over the side to see a pale hand, fingers skeletal, gripping the underside of the hull before slipping away into the depths. I slammed my paddle down in panic and sped up, heart hammering. I finally made it back to the ranger station late in the afternoon, exhausted and shaken. I told the rangers some of what I'd experienced, but they gave me concerned looks and suggested it might be fatigue or hallucination. I didn't press the issue. A week later, I read in a local paper about a missing person report. A woman had disappeared near the same area I'd camped, an experienced hiker last seen near that abandoned cabin. The details chilled me to the bone. I haven't been back since. Some parts of the wilderness aren't just empty. They're inhabited by memories, by shadows of people lost to time. And sometimes they reach out. Story the end. The morning air in northern Minnesota was thick with humidity and the scent of pine needles. I was on my second week of a solo wilderness expedition, tracking wolf packs in the Superior National Forest. The forest there was old and dense, full of whispering trees, murky bogs, and silent lakes that mirrored the gray sky. My job was to set up remote cameras, document tracks, and monitor radio collars. It was routine for me, and I was comfortable alone in the wilderness. Or at least, I thought I was. The area I was working in was about 50 miles north of Ely, near the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. The region was huge, practically impenetrable to most people. I had chosen a small clearing by a lake known as Echo Bay to set up camp, accessible only by a narrow dirt trail that grew overgrown with time. I'd arrived there the previous afternoon after hiking in with my pack, setting up a small tent next to the water's edge. My satellite phone barely worked, and there was no cell phone signal at all. The first night was quiet, except for the sounds of frogs and the occasional splash from fish in the lake. I was tired, and I slept soundly. But as the week went on, I began to notice odd things, things I can't easily explain. On the third night, I woke just before 2 a.m. The moon was a thin crescent, and the forest was almost pitch black, except for the faint glow from the stars. I had the tent door unzipped a few inches to let in the cool air. I thought I heard footsteps just outside, the crunch of dry leaves and twigs. My heart raced. I called out softly, "Hello?" but there was no response. The noise stopped immediately. When I grabbed my flashlight and shone it outside, nothing was there, just the dark forest, still and silent as before. I chalked it up to an animal, maybe a raccoon or deer, and crawled back into my sleeping bag, but sleep didn't come easily after that. Over the next few days, strange things piled up. I'd wake to find small rocks neatly stacked outside the tent entrance, or pine cones arranged in odd patterns on the ground. I never remembered seeing them before I fell asleep. Sometimes I'd hear faint whispering on the wind, but it wasn't a language I recognized. It was like the forest itself was trying to talk to me in a voice too low to hear. One afternoon, while setting up a camera trap near a small marsh, I stumbled upon an old fire lookout cabin hidden in the trees. It looked abandoned, but it had a worn, almost cared-for feel. The door was locked, but through the dusty windows I could see a small desk covered in notes and an old lantern. The place gave me the creeps, so I didn't linger. That night, I was jolted awake by a loud banging on the tent. It was rhythmic, like a fist pounding on fabric. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the flap, ready to confront whatever it was. But again, no one was there. The woods were still, except for the wind rustling the leaves. I scanned the edge of the tree line and saw a faint glow moving slowly between the trees, like a flickering candle. Curiosity overwhelmed fear, and I stepped out of the tent, flashlight in hand, but the light vanished as soon as I focused on it. I called out, "Who's there?" My voice echoed through the forest, but no answer came. The next morning, I found the tent zipper had been pulled down about 6 inches. I was certain I'd zipped it up fully before sleeping. On the ground beneath the opening was a small piece of cloth, a scrap of fabric, stained and old-looking, not something I'd brought. It looked like a fragment from an old shirt, maybe from decades ago. The days stretched on. I was collecting data, noting wolf tracks, but something else was watching me. One night, I swore I saw a figure standing at the edge of the lake, a man in an old ranger's uniform, looking out across the water. When I blinked, he was gone. I thought it was my imagination or a trick of the light. On my last night in camp, the air grew colder. The wind picked up, rattling the trees in my tent poles. As I tried to sleep, I heard footsteps again, this time unmistakably close. Soft, slow, deliberate steps circling the tent. I held my breath, listening. Then came the whispering. Clearer now, like someone murmuring prayers or warnings in a language I couldn't understand. The voice was right outside my tent, low and mournful. The zipper pulled down slowly. I was frozen, unable to move, unable to speak. The flashlight beside me slipped from my hand onto the floor. Suddenly, the tent flap was yanked open, and a cold wind swept inside. For a brief moment, I saw a pale face, hollow eyes, and a mouth moving silently. Then the figure vanished into the night. The next morning, I tore down my camp and hiked back to civilization as fast as I could. Back in Ely, I spoke to the local Forest Service rangers. They told me that many years ago, a ranger named Robert Lawson had vanished without a trace near Echo Bay. He was a well-liked man, known for his dedication to the forest and its creatures. He disappeared during a late summer storm, and no one ever found his body. Some locals believed his spirit still roamed the woods, watching over the forest, but sometimes reaching out to the living. The cairns, the whispering, the strange appearances, they said it was his way of saying he was still there. I haven't returned to Echo Bay since, but sometimes when I'm out in the wilderness on other trips, I still hear a faint whispering on the wind, soft, almost like a warning from a ghost who never found peace. Story. The end. The summer of 2014 was supposed to be just another solo backpacking trip. I was 27, a city guy who grew up in suburban Ohio, but developed a serious passion for wilderness hiking in college. That year, I decided to tackle the Superior Hiking Trail in Minnesota, a rugged, remote path that follows the ridges above Lake Superior. It promised solitude, wild forests, and some of the most beautiful vistas in the Midwest. I had done a lot of solo trips by then, mostly in familiar places. This would be my longest, and I had done my research, packed well, and filed my itinerary with a trusted friend. I was careful. I always was, but I was craving something different, something wild and raw. Day one was textbook perfect. I left the trailhead early, the morning air crisp and pine-scented. The forest was dense, filled with the sound of birds and the rustling of small animals in the underbrush. I moved steadily, my pack light and balanced. I made camp near a small creek by late afternoon, cooked a simple meal over my stove, and settled in with a book as dusk settled. That night, I slept deeply, lulled by the natural white noise of the forest. But just before dawn, I woke. At first, I thought it was a bad dream, but then I heard the faintest sound, almost a whisper, that didn't belong to the woods. It was close, like breathing, but softer. I froze, listening hard, but whatever it was, it slipped away before I could catch it. The next morning, I shook it off. Probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, passing by. Nothing to worry about. Day two brought rain, the kind that soaks into your bones and makes every sound echo off dripping leaves. I pushed on through soggy paths, slick rocks, and swollen streams. Around midday, I took shelter under a dense clump of evergreens and tried to dry my gear. That's when I noticed the odd carvings on the tree trunks around me. Not the usual initials or hearts, but strange symbols, some circle-like, some jagged, as if they were warnings or messages. I wasn't sure what to make of them. The trail was old, and people sometimes carved marks for navigation, but these felt different. They gave me a chill I couldn't explain. I took photos and pressed on, trying to focus on the trail. By evening, I found a flat spot near a ridge with a view of Lake Superior in the distance. The rain had stopped, but a heavy fog was rolling in. That night was the first time I truly felt it, that overwhelming sense of being watched. I had my campfire barely lit when I noticed shadows moving just beyond the firelight. Not animals, or at least not any I'd seen before. The shapes were too tall, too slow, almost deliberate. I called out. No response. The forest stayed still, except for the occasional crack of a branch. I slept lightly, waking often to strange sounds, footsteps crunching on leaves, distant murmurs that didn't make sense. On day 3, I was determined to shake off the unease. I packed quickly and set off early. The trail was steep here, winding through ancient pines and rocky outcroppings. The fog lingered, thick and heavy, muffling every sound. About midday, I stumbled on an old cabin, half sunken into the earth and swallowed by vines. It wasn't on any maps I'd checked. The door hung open on rusty hinges. I stepped inside cautiously. The cabin was empty except for a broken table and an old moldy mattress. But in the corner I found something chilling, a small, weathered diary. The pages were brittle but readable. It belonged to a man named Thomas Gray, a hunter from the 1930s. His last entries spoke of something stalking the woods, something that moved without sound or shadow. He wrote about hearing whispers, seeing figures between the trees, and feeling eyes on him every moment. The last entry was barely legible. They don't want us here. They watch. They wait. I don't think I'll make it out. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I stuffed the diary in my pack and hurried back outside. The fog had thickened, swirling like smoke around the trees. As I stood there, I felt a presence behind me. Slowly I turned, nothing visible, just that terrible quiet again. The rest of the day passed without incident, but I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few steps. That night, I camped near a creek. Around midnight, I woke to a soft humming. At first, I thought it was a natural sound, maybe the creek or insects, but it was a tune, a faint, melancholic melody, sung by a woman's voice, far too close to be natural. I grabbed my flashlight and scanned the woods, heart hammering. The beam caught nothing but trees and fog. Then I noticed footprints in the mud, bare feet, small, leading away from my tent and into the darkness. I felt the hair on my neck stand up. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening to the fog swallow the humming. On day 4, the trail grew narrower and less defined. I was entering territory few dared to explore. The symbols on the trees became more frequent, sometimes carved crudely, sometimes carefully painted in dark stains. I avoided touching them, but kept my camera ready. In the late afternoon, I saw movement again. Between the trees, a figure stood watching, pale, tall, and impossibly still. I froze. When I blinked, it was gone. I moved quickly, heart racing. At dusk, I reached a small clearing where the fog parted briefly to reveal dozens of rock cairns, stacked tall and thin like silent sentinels. In the center was a circle of charred ground, blackened as if something had burned there long ago. I stepped closer and found more carvings around the clearing, words in an old script I didn't recognize. I sat down, pulling out Thomas Gray's diary. Flipping through, I found a sketch that matched the symbols. Below it, a warning. They mark their territory. Respect the signs or be claimed. Suddenly, the temperature dropped sharply. My breath came out in white clouds. The forest grew deathly silent. I packed up fast, but before I could leave, the humming started again. Louder, almost directly behind me. I spun around with my flashlight, but nothing was there. The night was the worst. I set my tent up hurriedly, but didn't sleep. Every few minutes, I heard footsteps circling my camp, soft and deliberate. The fog moved like fingers reaching in through the tent's seams. I saw shapes at the edge of the fabric, faces, pale and twisted, watching me with hollow eyes. When the first light came, I didn't hesitate. I packed everything and ran. I didn't stop until I reached the ranger station. Tim, the same ranger I'd met at the start, looked at me like he'd been waiting. "You made it through," he said, voice low. "Not many do. You saw them." "Who? What?" "The ones who don't want us here. The lost souls. They guard the forest, keep it wild. Some say they're the ghosts of those who disappeared, others say they're something older." I handed him the diary and showed him the photos I'd taken. His face darkened. "This place used to be a small logging town," he explained. "Cut down for decades, then abandoned after a terrible fire in the 30s. A lot of people died. The woods grew back, but the past lingers. People don't just vanish here. They get taken." I left the forest that day, shaken but alive. I've never gone back. Sometimes when I'm alone in the city, I swear I can still hear that humming, that soft breathing, and I wonder if they're still out there, waiting for the next soul who dares to enter their wilderness. Story the end. The plan was simple: a 3-day solo backpacking trip through the remote stretches of the Adirondack Mountains in upstate New York. I'd always loved the outdoors, the peace, the quiet, the sense of being removed from the noise of everyday life. I'd done plenty of hikes before, but this would be my longest solo trip. I wanted to test myself, to push a little deeper into the wilderness. I packed light, carried enough food and water, and told a couple of friends where I was headed, just in case. The first day went exactly as planned. I hit the trail at dawn, the morning air crisp and cool. The woods were alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves, a gentle breeze moving through the canopy. I passed small streams, crossed a couple of old wooden bridges, and made steady progress. Around mid-afternoon, I stopped by a small pond to refill my water bottle and set up camp not far beyond, tucked in among pine trees and large boulders. The fire I built crackled warmly through the night, the glow casting dancing shadows on the trees around me. I ate a freeze-dried meal, drank some water, and settled into my sleeping bag, feeling satisfied and content. I was alone but not lonely. The wilderness had always been a friend. But that night I woke up around 2 a.m., startled. At first I thought it was just a dream slipping away, but the feeling didn't fade. There was a stillness in the air so thick it pressed against my skin. No crickets, no wind, no rustle of small animals, just silence. The kind of silence that feels like a weight. I unzipped my sleeping bag and poked my head out of the tent. The night sky was clear, stars glittering coldly above the treetops, but something was wrong. There, just at the edge of my campfire's glow, I saw it, a figure standing perfectly still. At first, I thought it was another camper or a lost hiker, but this figure was motionless, no movement at all. Not shifting, not breathing visibly, just standing. I squinted. It was a man, dressed in what looked like old-fashioned clothing, layers of worn, heavy fabric, like something from a century ago. His face was pale and gaunt, sunken eyes fixed straight ahead. My heart hammered in my chest. I blinked, and when I looked again, he was gone. I told myself it was a trick of the light or a hallucination. I've been out here alone before. Sometimes the mind plays tricks on you in the dark. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. The next morning, I broke camp and moved deeper into the woods, trying to put that image behind me. But as the day went on, an unsettling feeling grew in my gut, as if I was being watched. Around mid-afternoon, I stopped to rest beside a rocky outcrop near a small creek. I was filling my water bottle when I heard footsteps, not the light padding of squirrels or birds, but heavy, slow steps crunching through leaves and twigs. I froze, scanning the trees. No one. I called out softly, "Hello?" Only silence answered me. I shrugged it off and kept moving, but that feeling followed me. The forest was too quiet, the shadows too long. That evening, I set up camp in a clearing surrounded by thick spruce. I made sure my fire was good and bright. I cooked dinner slowly, trying to keep my mind off the things I'd seen and heard. Around 10 p.m., I heard a faint melody, like someone humming. The sound was soft but clear, floating on the night air. It wasn't coming from anywhere near my camp. It seemed to drift through the trees, coming closer and then fading away. I strained to hear the tune. It was old-fashioned, like a lullaby. I called out, "Is someone there?" But there was no answer. Suddenly, the humming stopped. The forest went utterly silent again. I lay awake the rest of the night, flashlight close at hand. Every rustle, every snap of a twig made my heart leap. But I told myself it was just an animal, or the wind. The next day, I planned to hike out. My stomach was twisted in knots. I wanted to leave the woods, but something was pulling me deeper. I packed up and started down the trail, following the map closely. After about an hour, I came to a forgotten trail junction I hadn't seen on my map. The sign was old, weathered almost beyond recognition. I didn't remember it being there before. Curious, I followed it. The trail was narrower, overgrown with brush. The trees grew closer together, and the light dimmed beneath the dense canopy. After about 30 minutes, I came to an old clearing with the remains of a dilapidated cabin. The walls were rotted, the roof caved in. It looked abandoned for decades. I approached cautiously. On the ground near the cabin, I noticed something strange. Footprints, not animal tracks, but heavy booted footprints, like someone had been there recently. I scanned the area. No sign of a person, no gear, no fire pit, no evidence of recent activity. A chill ran down my spine. I took out my phone to snap pictures and document everything, but the battery was dead. I stuffed the phone back in my pack and turned to leave when I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow, heavy steps crunching on leaves behind me. I froze. Hello? I called, heart pounding. No answer. The footsteps stopped. I didn't wait. I started running down the trail, heart racing, every sense on edge. I didn't stop until I reached my car hours later, long after dark. I drove away without looking back. When I got home, I couldn't shake the feeling. I researched the cabin online and found a local history site. The place had once been a small logging camp, abandoned after a fire in the early 1900s. A man named Elijah Gray had lived there. He was said to have died in the woods under mysterious circumstances, never found. Friends laughed when I told them my story, chalking it up to an overactive imagination or wilderness stress. But I knew what I saw. Several nights after I got back, I dreamt of that figure again, standing silent in the trees, humming that same lullaby. I never went back. Story the end. The morning I left for the wilderness trip, the sky was clear, and the air had that fresh pine smell I always associated with the mountains. I was headed for the Bob Marshall Wilderness Complex in Montana, a place so vast and untamed it felt like stepping into another world. I'd been hiking and camping since I was a kid, usually with friends or family, but this time I wanted solitude, to unplug and clear my head from the city's noise and stress. I packed my backpack carefully. A tent, sleeping bag, enough food and water purification tablets for a week, maps, compass, and my trusted old hunting knife. My plan was to follow a less traveled route from the North Fork trailhead, hiking deep into the forest and camping near a remote lake called Lake Susan. It was a place I'd read about in old trip reports, known for being peaceful but also isolated. The first 2 days were everything I hoped for. The forest was alive with birdsong. The sun filtered softly through towering lodgepole pines, and the scent of damp earth mixed with resin filled the air. I followed narrow, winding trails, crossed crystal-clear creeks on moss-covered logs, and set up camp each night under a sky thick with stars. I felt connected to the land, grounded. On the third morning, I woke before dawn, the silence almost complete except for a faint rustling in the underbrush nearby. I chalked it up to deer or some small animal. I packed up and resumed hiking, following the trail toward Lake Susan. The path grew steeper and rougher, and the trees thicker. I noticed something strange. There were no birds, no insects buzzing. It was like the forest had stopped breathing. Around mid-afternoon, I came to a small clearing. The trail curved around a fallen giant cedar tree, its roots still clinging to a patch of earth. That's when I saw the first sign that something was wrong. Footprints. Not fresh, but clear impressions in the dirt, barefoot, large, and spaced oddly. They didn't match mine or any animal tracks. They led off the trail into the dense trees. I hesitated, my skin prickling with unease. I called out, but my voice felt swallowed by the forest. The sun dipped lower, shadows stretching long. I decided not to follow the tracks and kept moving toward the lake. I set up camp near the water's edge, the surface glassy and still. As I prepared dinner, I noticed the temperature dropping rapidly despite the clear skies. The hairs on my neck stood up. That night, I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the unmistakable sound of footsteps, soft, deliberate, circling my tent. I froze, heart pounding. I whispered into the darkness, "Who's there?" No answer. The footsteps stopped. A heavy silence fell, so thick I could hear my own breathing echoing in my ears. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the tent slowly. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the pine trees all around, but no one was there. No footprints outside, nothing disturbed. The next day, shaken but determined, I moved onward. I didn't want to waste the trip. As I hiked further from the lake, the feeling of being watched never left me. The woods were too quiet, too still. That afternoon, I stumbled upon a small cabin hidden among the trees. It was old, weather-beaten, almost swallowed by vines and moss. I approached cautiously. The door hung open, creaking slightly in the breeze. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and decay. On the floor lay a faded journal, its pages brittle. I picked it up and flipped through. The entries were sparse, written in a shaky hand. A man had lived here alone, it seemed, decades ago. He wrote of strange occurrences, voices in the night, footsteps outside his cabin, shadows moving just beyond the firelight. The last entry was chilling, a warning to anyone who found the journal. They watch. They wait. Don't trust the silence. I left the cabin quickly, unease settling deep in my gut. That evening, as I made camp, the temperature dropped again. The fire refused to catch properly, smoke curling upward like a wisp of something unnatural. I heard whispering, barely audible, like wind through dry leaves, but with a rhythm, a pattern. I strained to listen, but the voices faded before I could make out words. Later I saw them, faint shapes moving through the trees, translucent figures that flickered like ghosts. They didn't approach, but their presence was undeniable. My skin crawled. I packed up hurriedly and started hiking away, despite the growing darkness. The forest around me seemed to close in, the trail twisting and turning in ways that made no sense. I became disoriented, the compass spinning wildly as if caught in some magnetic anomaly. Panic set in. I stumbled off the trail and into thick undergrowth. Then I heard it, a low growl, deep and guttural, unlike any animal I'd ever heard. The sound came from all around me, echoing through the trees. The shadows lengthened and deepened, swallowing the weak light of my flashlight. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. When I finally broke through the trees, I saw a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a figure, a man tall and gaunt, eyes glowing faintly. His face was pale, almost translucent. He raised a hand and spoke in a voice that echoed in my mind. "You should not be here." I froze, unable to move or speak. The air grew heavy, suffocating. Then the figure vanished, leaving only the chill behind. The next morning, I found myself at the edge of a road, miles from where I thought I was. A passing driver stopped and gave me a ride back to the nearest town. I never returned to the Bob Marshall Wilderness. People dismiss these stories, calling them hallucinations, stress, or wild imaginations. But I know what I experienced was real. There is something ancient and restless in those woods, something that watches, waits, and protects its secrets. Some places are meant to be left alone. Story the end. The first time I heard about the backwoods of the Allegheny National Forest was from an old family friend named Earl. Earl was a hunter, the kind who'd spent his whole life slipping through the trees with nothing but a knife, a rifle, and a pocket full of stories that seemed half legend and half truth. He'd lived most of his life in western Pennsylvania, not far from the thick forests where the trees stand so tall and close together they blot out the sun. Earl would sometimes sit by the fire and tell me about a particular patch of wilderness, deep, rugged, and unmarked by any real trail. He called it the Lost Hollow, though nobody seemed to know where exactly it was, and the locals avoided it. "It's not for the living," he'd say, eyes glinting like the flames. "There's a reason you won't find a path in that place." I didn't think much of it back then. I was a city kid with a comfortable job in software and zero interest in wilderness myths. But after a long year trapped in the city, endless Zoom calls, news of violence, a pandemic shutting everything down, I started craving something raw and real, something that could cut through the noise and make me feel alive again. So when my buddy Mike invited me on a weekend camping trip, I jumped at the chance. He'd been to the Allegheny a few times and wanted to explore deeper than the usual trails. When I mentioned Earl's stories, Mike laughed but didn't dismiss it. "There's a lot of old folk tales around those woods," he said. "Maybe we find Lost Hollow, or maybe not." We planned the trip for late October, just before the first heavy snows. The trees would be bare, the air crisp, and the woods quieter than usual. Mike was a confident outdoorsman. I was a novice, but I'd done some camping and hiking before. We packed our gear, tent, sleeping bags, food, a GPS device, some old topo maps, and set off early on a Friday morning. Our drive took us through rolling hills and stretches of forest so dense the roads felt like tunnels. When we reached the unmarked trailhead Mike had found on an old forestry map, the sun was high, filtering weakly through clouds. The dirt path was narrow, overgrown with brush and roots, and it disappeared quickly into thick pines. The first few hours were peaceful. We joked and moved briskly, our boots crunching leaves and twigs. Occasionally, Mike would point out animal tracks, deer, raccoon, maybe a bobcat. The forest smelled of earth and moss, with a faint hint of smoke from a distant chimney. By mid-afternoon, the path grew less defined. The trees closed in tighter, branches brushing against our jackets. The light dimmed under the canopy. We crossed a small creek, its water cold and clear, then climbed a gentle ridge. That's when I noticed the silence, not the usual forest quiet, where birds chatter and insects hum, but a heavy, oppressive silence. No bird song, no rustle of small animals, not even the wind seemed to move the leaves. It was as if the whole forest was holding its breath. Hey, you hear that? I asked Mike. He stopped and listened. Nothing. That's weird. We pushed forward. Then I saw it, a clearing just off the trail, roughly circular, about 40 feet across. The ground was bare dirt, almost unnaturally smooth, like someone had scraped the underbrush away recently. No plants, no fallen leaves, nothing. Mike knelt down and poked at the soil. No tracks, no sign of animals. Could be a campsite, I suggested, though no fire pit or stones were visible. Mike shook his head. Maybe, but too clean. And look around, no trees growing inside. We agreed to avoid the clearing and stayed on the path. The woods thickened even more as we hiked. Shadows stretched long and the air grew colder. My skin prickled. I felt like something was watching us. That night, we set up camp near a small ridge overlooking a shallow valley. I started a fire and cooked dinner while Mike organized the gear. The sky was clear, and stars shone bright through the gaps in the trees. After we ate, we sat silently, staring into the fire. Mike finally spoke. You know, Earl told me stories about this area, about people who vanished, hunters, hikers, gone without a trace. I raised an eyebrow. Like ghost stories? Maybe, but some of those stories come from actual missing persons reports. This forest, it's old, but it's got a dark history. Logging accidents, disappearances, strange sightings. I laughed nervously. Sounds like a horror movie. Maybe. But out here, you don't laugh for long. That night, I slept lightly, waking often to strange sounds. At one point, I heard a faint tapping near our tent. When I unzipped it and shone my flashlight outside, nothing was there, just trees, shadows, and the soft rustle of leaves. The next morning, Mike was already up, brewing coffee over the fire. You okay? He asked. Yeah, just, I don't know. Last night felt off. He nodded. Me too. We packed up and continued deeper into the forest. The trail faded completely after a few miles, and we relied on the GPS and topo maps to navigate. The trees grew thicker, the terrain rougher. The silence deepened. Suddenly, Mike stopped. Look at this. I stepped closer. There, half buried in leaves and dirt, was an old leather-bound book. Its cover was cracked and faded, and the pages yellowed with age. No title, just a strange symbol embossed faintly on the front, a spiral surrounded by sharp, jagged lines. Mike flipped it open carefully. Inside were handwritten notes, sketches of trees, animals, and strange symbols, alongside pages of dense text I couldn't decipher. Could be a hunter's journal, Mike said, or something older. I felt uneasy. We should leave it. We moved on, but the book stayed on my mind. That afternoon, as we climbed a steep slope, I tripped on a root and fell hard. My ankle twisted painfully. I managed to stand, but was limping badly. Mike looked concerned. We need to rest. Maybe head back. I shook my head. We're close to the cabin. I want to see it. The cabin Earl had mentioned, supposedly abandoned for decades. We pressed on, moving slower. The forest seemed darker, colder. Shadows shifted in ways that didn't match the sun. The silence became a low hum in my ears. By late afternoon, we found the cabin nestled between two massive pines. Its wood was gray and rotten, windows shattered, door hanging on broken hinges. The air around it was stale, heavy. Mike pulled out his flashlight, and we entered cautiously. Inside, dust covered every surface. Broken furniture lay scattered. On the wall hung a faded photograph of a family. 3 men, 2 women, a child, smiling stiffly at the camera. Suddenly, the temperature dropped sharply. My breath fogged in the beam of the flashlight. A feeling of dread washed over me, like something unseen was watching. Mike whispered, "We should go." I agreed. But as we turned to leave, a soft voice echoed from somewhere inside the cabin, barely a whisper, calling a name I didn't recognize. We bolted outside, hearts pounding. As we crossed the threshold, a chill wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it the faint scent of wood smoke and something else. Something rotten. We hurried back toward camp, but the forest seemed to close in. Paths twisted unnaturally, landmarks vanished. The GPS flickered and died. Night fell fast. We set up the tent on the ridge again, but neither of us could sleep. Strange noises echoed, whispers, footsteps, the dragging of something heavy. At one point, Mike pointed toward the woods. Look! In the dim moonlight, a figure stood at the tree line. Tall, pale, almost translucent. It didn't move, but its eyes reflected the light like cold coals. I froze, then it vanished. We spent a restless night, taking turns keeping watch. At dawn, we packed everything and began the long hike back. The forest seemed different, less oppressive, but still heavy with silence. When we reached the trailhead, relief flooded me, but the experience left a mark. Back home, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The strange book disappeared from my pack. I have no idea where. Mike swears he saw it in his car, but never found it afterward. The stories Earl told me now make chilling sense. That forest isn't just old. It's a place where the living brush against things they shouldn't, where time distorts and people vanish. I've never gone back. I don't recommend you do either, because some parts of this country, some parts of the wilderness, aren't meant for us. They hold memories and shadows older than any of us, waiting in the silence, watching. Story the end. The cold hit me the moment I stepped out of the car. It was early October in northern Vermont, just after the first frost had settled, and the air had that sharp bite to it that makes you pull your jacket tighter around yourself. I'd driven from Boston after work, aiming to get a few nights alone in the wilderness. Just me, my gear, and the trees. The woods around Lake Willoughby had always drawn me, with their steep cliffs and the sense that the forest here held stories older than the settlers who came through. I wasn't expecting any ghosts or anything supernatural. I didn't believe in that stuff. But that night, deep in those woods, something changed. I parked at a small dirt lot near the trailhead just as the sun was setting behind the ridge. My pack was heavy: tent, sleeping bag, food, water filter, but I was used to it. I pulled on my boots, slung the pack on, and started down the narrow trail that wound into the forest. The map said I was headed to a remote campsite about 5 miles in, a place called Bear Hollow. It wasn't a popular spot, which was exactly why I picked it. The forest was quiet, the kind of quiet where you notice every crunch of leaves underfoot, every distant bird call, every snap of a twig. I walked in steady rhythm, breathing the cold, pine-scented air. As the trail got narrower, the trees thicker, the light dimmer, I felt that usual mix of calm and excitement that comes with being in the wilderness alone. After a couple hours, I reached the small clearing where the campsite was tucked beneath towering maples and firs. It was exactly as the guidebook described: a flat patch with a fire ring, a pit toilet a short walk away, and the faint sound of a brook nearby. I set up my tent quickly, built a small fire, and settled in with a cup of instant coffee. The sky overhead was clear and filled with stars. I felt good, alive. I had no cell signal, no distractions, just the forest and me. The first night passed without incident, but I did notice something odd. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps crunching leaves near my tent. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding, but when I shone my flashlight outside, there was nothing. No movement. No animal, no other camper. Just the dark forest staring back at me. I convinced myself it was a deer or raccoon and tried to go back to sleep. The next day, I explored some of the nearby trails, taking photos of the autumn foliage, breathing in the crisp air. I was alone, but comfortable. The woods here felt old, timeless, almost sacred. Yet as the afternoon light started to fade, I kept feeling a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. I turned several times, shining my flashlight into the dense woods, but there was no one there. That night, the feeling only grew stronger. I made a bigger fire and stayed close, but no matter how bright the flames, shadows seemed to flicker just beyond its edge. I told myself it was my imagination, nerves playing tricks on me because I was alone. Around midnight, the footsteps came back, slow, deliberate, walking just outside the ring of firelight. But this time they were different. They weren't light or quick like an animal. These were heavy, slow, and measured, the sound of boots on dry leaves. I called out, "Hello?" My voice cracked from dryness and fear. No answer. Then I heard breathing, low, ragged, very close. I turned, shining the flashlight into the black, but all I saw was the empty forest. Suddenly, a cold wind gusted through the clearing, snuffing out my fire. The temperature dropped sharply, and I could see my breath in the beam of the flashlight. I felt something, a presence, something watching me from just beyond the trees. I grabbed my pack and started packing up. I didn't want to stay there anymore. I wanted to leave. I didn't care if it was 3 in the morning. That's when I heard the whisper. It was barely audible, almost drowned in the wind, but I heard my name. Michael? I froze. Michael. I spun around, but the forest was empty. My heart was pounding in my chest as I stuffed my sleeping bag and tent into my pack. I kept calling out, but no one answered. I started hiking back down the trail, stumbling through the dark, only using my flashlight. Every few minutes, I heard that heavy footstep sound behind me, but every time I stopped and turned, there was nothing. The whispering came again, closer this time. Michael, don't go. My pace quickened, almost running now. I was desperate to get out of those woods. Suddenly, I tripped over a root and went down hard. My flashlight slid from my hand, spinning across the ground and going out. I scrambled to find it, panic flooding my senses. When I finally clicked it back on, the beam caught something just a few feet away. A figure. Tall. Thin. Pale. Its eyes glowed faintly in the flashlight's beam. It was wearing old clothes, like something from a century ago, tattered and dirty. I screamed and scrambled backward, trying to get up and run. The figure didn't move. It just stared at me. Then it spoke, its voice like a dry wind through dead leaves. You shouldn't be here. I don't remember how I got my footing, but I took off running, hearing footsteps behind me, though when I glanced back, the figure was gone. I didn't stop until I burst out of the woods and into the parking lot where my car was. The engine roared to life on the first try, and I peeled out, tires kicking up gravel. Back in Boston, I tried to make sense of what happened. I told myself it was exhaustion or a hallucination, but the fear felt real. So real I couldn't shake it. Then I did some digging. I found an old newspaper article about a man named Samuel Blackwood who lived in that area in the late 1800s. He was a woodsman, known to be fiercely protective of his land. The story said he disappeared one fall during hunting season. His body was never found, but locals claimed his spirit haunted the forest, warning strangers to leave. I laughed it off as a legend, but I had seen something. Weeks later, a photo I had taken during the trip started to bother me. At the edge of a clearing in the picture, a faint figure appeared, pale and blurry, standing just behind the trees. I didn't edit the photo. I didn't notice it when I took it. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can still hear footsteps outside my apartment window, soft whispers calling my name. I haven't gone back to those woods, and I don't think I ever will. Story the end. The wind had been picking up all afternoon, sweeping through the dense pines of the Appalachian wilderness like a restless spirit. Mark Jensen adjusted the straps of his backpack and pushed forward up the narrow trail, his boots crunching against the carpet of dry leaves and twigs. It was early November, and the chill in the air bit through his jacket despite the steady movement. He'd been hiking since dawn, driven by a mix of grief and stubbornness. It had been 3 months since his sister's sudden death, a tragic accident during a climbing trip. Since then, Mark had barely slept. The silence of the city suffocated him. His therapist suggested time in nature might help him clear his head, and Mark, never one to take advice lightly, planned this solo trek deep into the Pisgah National Forest, a place his sister had loved. Maybe if he could touch the same trees she'd touched, see the same streams, he could find some peace. The trail grew steeper and narrower as he ascended. A thin layer of mist had begun to form, the kind that seeps through clothes and chills the skin. As he neared the ridge, the trees thinned, and Mark paused to catch his breath, the view spreading out beneath him like a sea of amber and gold. He could see the distant peaks where his sister had last been. He pulled out his map, planning to camp near a small lake about 2 miles ahead, then loop back the next day. As dusk fell, Mark set up camp in a small clearing surrounded by tall hemlocks. The fire crackled warmly, its orange glow pushing back the darkness. He ate a cold sandwich and sipped lukewarm water, feeling the familiar ache of loneliness settle in his chest. The woods were quiet, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustling of leaves. After dark, Mark lay back on his sleeping pad, staring up at the starry sky. The silence was deep and absolute, broken only by the whisper of wind weaving through the branches. It was the kind of quiet that presses in on you, thick and expectant. Somewhere in the distance, a twig snapped. Mark sat up quickly, heart pounding. "Hello," he called, voice hoarse. No reply. He shook his head, telling himself it was just an animal. He crawled back inside his tent and zipped it shut, trying to will his pulse to slow. Around midnight, a cold draft brushed his face through the thin tent fabric. He woke again, senses heightened. Something was different. The forest was no longer alive with its usual night sounds. The owls were silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The only sound was a faint whisper, like a voice barely carried on the breeze. Mark pressed his ear against the tent wall. He couldn't make out words, only tones. Soft, pleading, sorrowful. His eyes darted to the opening of the tent where the moonlight spilled through the mesh. Outside, the shadows seemed thicker, darker than before. The whispering grew louder for a moment, then stopped abruptly. Mark lay awake until dawn, never quite able to shake the feeling that someone or something was watching. The next morning, the woods looked normal, but the unease clung to him like damp clothing. He packed up quickly, eager to move on. About a mile down the trail, Mark stumbled upon an old campsite, long abandoned. The fire pit was cold and covered in ash, but near it lay a weathered backpack and a rusted canteen. Curious, he searched the area. There were faint markings carved into a nearby tree, a set of initials and a date from nearly 100 years ago. As he examined the tree, a sudden chill swept over him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. He looked around, but saw no one. That night, Mark camped near a narrow stream. The air was damp and cold. He built a fire and settled in for the evening, the flames dancing in his eyes. As he ate, he noticed movement in the shadows across the stream, something standing just beyond the tree line. He raised his flashlight, the beam cutting through the dark mist, but nothing was there. The fire suddenly sputtered and died, plunging Mark into darkness. His breath quickened. Then he heard it. Footsteps crunching on leaves, slow and deliberate, approaching his camp. He grabbed his knife and flashlight, swinging the beam toward the noise. Still nothing. The footsteps circled the clearing. Mark's heart hammered. He felt a presence, cold, sorrowful, watching him. He whispered, "Who's there?" No reply, just a soft weeping carried on the wind. Frozen, Mark waited until the first light of dawn. When he looked outside, the footprints around the fire were unmistakable. Barefoot, small, and faded into the dirt like whispers of a child's presence. Terrified, Mark packed up and moved quickly. The final night, Mark camped at the base of an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches twisting toward the sky. As the sun set, a thick fog rolled in from the valley, swallowing the woods in white. The whispers returned, louder now, more desperate. Shapes flickered just beyond the firelight, figures cloaked in shadow, faces blurred, eyes hollow. Mark clutched his knife and stared into the mist, heart frozen. Suddenly, a cold hand brushed his shoulder. He spun around, but no one was there. Panic seized him. He scrambled into his tent, zipped it closed, and trembled until the first rays of dawn. When he emerged, the campfire was surrounded by dozens of tiny footprints, some pressed so deep they looked like handprints. Mark fled the forest that day, the silence of the wilderness replaced by the screams in his mind. Years later, he still refuses to talk about what he saw, but sometimes on cold autumn nights when the wind howls through the pines, he hears those whispers again, calling him back. Story the end. The early morning air was crisp and cold as I packed the last of my gear into the back of my truck. The sun had barely crept over the horizon, and the sky was painted in soft shades of pink and orange. I was heading into the northern wilderness of Maine, a place I had been wanting to explore for years. As a wildlife biologist, I often found myself drawn to the remote parts of the country where nature ruled untouched, and I could escape the hum of civilization. But this trip was different. I wanted solitude, not just from people, but from the noise of my own mind. The area I chose was a patch of forest near Baxter State Park, around Mount Katahdin, a place known for its rugged beauty, but also whispered about among locals for its eerie history. There had been stories of hikers going missing, strange lights seen in the woods at night, and unexplained sounds, things that most dismissed as folklore or the product of overactive imaginations. I didn't believe in ghosts or the supernatural, but I was curious, and the wilderness had a way of humbling you. I planned a week-long solo hike, intending to camp deep within the forest. My goal was to study a small population of northern flying squirrels and the patterns of their nocturnal behavior. I mapped out a route that would take me off the main trails and into less traveled sections of the woods. My pack was heavy with scientific equipment, camping supplies, and enough food for several days. As I drove the last few miles down a gravel road, the trees thickened and the modern world seemed to fade away. The first day of hiking was peaceful. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and the rustling of leaves underfoot. The sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, warming the mossy forest floor. I found a small clearing near a creek where I set up my tent and got to work placing camera traps and acoustic recorders to monitor the squirrels. The night came quickly, and with it, a silence unlike any I'd experienced before. Deep, profound, and all-encompassing. That night, as I lay in my tent listening to the gentle gurgle of the creek, I thought I heard footsteps outside. Not the random sounds of animals, but deliberate, soft steps pacing around the perimeter of my camp. I unzipped the tent flap and shone my headlamp into the blackness, but there was nothing there. No shape, no shadow, just the dense forest. I chalked it up to the imagination playing tricks in the dark. The next day, I explored further into the woods, guided by the old maps I had found at the ranger station. I stumbled upon the remains of a small, long-abandoned logging camp. The rusted frame of an old stove lay half buried beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and wooden beams, worn and broken, were scattered across the clearing. It was clear that this place had been deserted for decades. I felt a strange chill as I walked through the ruins, as if the forest was holding its breath. I found a weathered notebook tucked beneath some debris. The pages were brittle and yellowed, but I managed to read a few entries. The notes were from a man named Harold, who had worked as a logger here in the 1920s. His handwriting was shaky, and the entries grew increasingly erratic as they went on. He wrote about strange noises at night, whispers, footsteps that didn't belong to any man or animal, and a shadowy figure he called the Watcher. Harold's last entry was unfinished, a single sentence that read, "It waits in the dark, just beyond the trees. I fear it knows I am here." That night, I camped near the ruins, unable to shake the feeling of unease. As darkness fell, an unnatural stillness descended. The usual sounds of the forest, the chirping crickets, the hoot of an owl, vanished. In their place was an eerie silence that pressed in on me. Around midnight, I awoke to the sound of faint chanting. It was so soft at first that I thought I must be dreaming, but the voices grew louder and clearer. A low, rhythmic murmur in a language I couldn't understand. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it into the trees, but the beam flickered and dimmed. Out of the darkness, I saw a figure. At first, it was just a shadow, tall and thin, barely distinguishable from the surrounding trees. But as my eyes adjusted, the figure took form. An old man in tattered clothes, his face gaunt and pale, eyes sunken deep into his skull. He stared at me without blinking, his mouth moving in silent speech. Then, just as suddenly as he appeared, he vanished. I bolted upright in my tent, heart pounding, sweat cold on my skin. I tried to rationalize it, exhaustion, the isolation, my mind playing tricks. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Over the next few days, strange things continued. Equipment I left carefully placed would be found tossed aside. Strange footprints appeared around my campsite, large and misshapen, sometimes human-like, other times elongated and clawed. The animals I was studying vanished entirely from the area, their habitats seemingly abandoned overnight. At night, the chanting returned, sometimes joined by low moans and whispers that seemed to seep into my very bones. One evening, as a dense fog rolled into the valley, I followed a faint glow deeper into the forest. The light pulsed softly, like a will-o'-the-wisp. I moved cautiously, guided only by the dim glow and the rhythmic sound of chanting. Suddenly, I found myself at the edge of a small clearing I had never seen before. In the center was a shallow pit filled with water, so still it reflected the moon perfectly. Around the pit were symbols scratched into the dirt and rocks, ancient markings, twisted and worn by time. The air here felt thick, heavy with something unseen. I heard a voice then, whispering my name, beckoning me to come closer. I stepped forward, the cold from the pit rising up to meet me. Suddenly, the chanting stopped. Silence pressed down again, suffocating and complete. I stumbled back, heart hammering, and raced through the forest to my tent. That night, sleep was impossible. The voices came again, louder and more insistent. I swore I felt hands brushing against my skin, icy cold and clammy. On the final morning of my trip, I packed up quickly, eager to leave. But as I hiked back to my truck, the forest seemed alive with eyes watching. Shadows darted just beyond my sight. My compass spun erratically, and my GPS lost signal entirely. When I finally reached the gravel road, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the land. As I drove away, I caught one last glimpse in the rearview mirror. A figure standing at the edge of the forest, watching. The same gaunt, pale-faced man. Back in civilization, I tried to make sense of what happened. I shared my experiences with a local historian who specialized in Native American lore. He told me that the area had been sacred ground for the Penobscot tribe, used for rituals and spiritual ceremonies. Disturbing the land, especially places like the pit I found, was said to bring about the wrath of spirits, guardians of the forest and the ancestors. I don't know what I saw or heard in those woods, but I know it was real. Something ancient and restless still lingers in that wilderness, waiting for those who dare to enter. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I can still hear the faint chanting on the wind. Story the end. The first time I heard about the place, it was from a coworker at a coffee shop in Portland. He was a guy named Jim, mid-40s, weathered from years working the logging camps up north. He wasn't the type to spin tall tales, but when he spoke about the Lost Creek woods, his voice dropped, and there was a strange weight to what he said. According to Jim, the woods weren't just any ordinary forest. They had a history of people going in and never coming back, or returning with stories no one believed. I was working there for the summer while taking a break from school, and naturally, the story stuck in my head. I grew up hiking, camping, and fishing, but I'd never been in anything like the deep wilderness that Jim described. Dense, remote, tangled with thick underbrush, and as he said, a place that felt wrong. One night after my shift, Jim sat me down and told me about a few of the disappearances. He'd been part of search parties over the years and said he'd seen things no one could explain. There's one spot about 5 miles in, he said, near an old abandoned miner's cabin where the trees just lean in like they're watching. And at night, some folks swear they hear voices, not from people. They sound wrong, hollow, like something's trying to call you. I laughed it off, but the seed was planted. A couple weeks later, my friends and I, me, Jake, and Anna, decided to take a trip. Jake was a serious outdoorsman, raised in the Cascades, and Anna was adventurous, but a little skeptical. I told them about Lost Creek Woods, and they were curious enough to want to check it out. We planned for a weekend. Friday afternoon, we'd hike in, camp Saturday night, and hike out Sunday. I didn't tell them all the stories. Some things felt better left unsaid until you experienced them. Friday afternoon was bright and warm for late September. We parked at a gravel lot near the trailhead Jim mentioned and loaded our packs. The woods were thick, and right away the silence hit us. Not the peaceful silence of the city, but a heavy, expectant quiet that settled deep into your bones. The trail started out easy, winding alongside a narrow creek that trickled over mossy rocks. We joked and laughed as we walked, but the jokes stopped after the first hour. The trees grew taller and closer, their branches nodding overhead to form a nearly complete canopy. The sun filtered weakly through the leaves, casting weird shadows. Jake was leading, mapping our progress with a GPS and marking spots. Anna stayed behind me, and I could feel her watching everything carefully. By the time we reached the old miner's cabin, it was early evening. The cabin looked like it had been left untouched for decades. Logs weathered and blackened, windows boarded over. Vines crawled up its sides and the door sagged on its hinges. We set up camp a few 100 feet away by a small clearing. As the sun dipped low, we built a fire and settled in. Around the fire, Jake told us about the cabin. It was built in the late 1800s by a miner named Silas Crane, he said. Apparently, he disappeared one winter and was never found. Some say he was driven mad by something in these woods. Anna scoffed but didn't look entirely comfortable. That night, sleep was hard to come by. The forest noises seemed amplified. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, but beneath that was something else. A faint whispering. I told myself it was the wind, but I wasn't convinced. Around 2 a.m., I woke up. Something pulled at the edge of my consciousness, an urge to get out of the tent. I peeked outside, and the fire was long gone, though the ashes still glowed faintly. The forest was shrouded in mist that hadn't been there before. I caught a movement between the trees, something tall and pale standing still. I blinked, and it was gone. I shook Jake awake, but he didn't believe me. The next morning, Anna woke up, pale. I had a nightmare, she said. Voices calling my name, telling me to come into the woods. We packed quickly and decided to hike deeper, hoping to shake the unease. As we walked, the trail became harder to follow. The trees seemed to close in and the air turned cold despite the sun. The whispers returned, this time more insistent, almost urgent. Suddenly, Jake stopped. "Look at this." He pointed to a circle of stones, carefully placed around a tree trunk. Inside the circle were old, rusted tools, pickaxes, shovels, and a cracked lantern. The symbols from the cabin were carved into the tree bark nearby. Angular, harsh lines that didn't match any writing we recognized. I felt a chill. We pressed on, but the forest grew darker, shadows twisting unnaturally. The whispers grew louder, and Anna started crying, telling us she couldn't take it anymore. Then Jake went missing. We were resting when I realized he wasn't with us. Anna and I called his name, but only the forest answered. Panic set in. We tried to retrace our steps, but the trail had vanished. The woods no longer looked familiar. Hours passed. The whispers turned to murmurs, sometimes rising to full voices, laughing, crying, calling. I saw that pale figure again, closer this time. It held something in its hand, an old miner's hat. Anna grabbed my arm. "We have to run." We sprinted blindly through the trees, but no matter how far we ran, the forest swallowed us back in. Eventually, we found ourselves at a clearing, standing over a shallow grave. Jake's body lay there, cold and still, eyes wide open, mouth frozen in a silent scream. The whispers stopped. Anna screamed, but I was numb. We buried Jake there as best we could. The night fell, and the forest grew quiet again. We didn't sleep. At dawn, we managed to find the trail and escape the woods. Back in town, we told the story, but no one believed the voices or the figure. Anna never returned to the woods. She started therapy and moved away. I still hear the whispers in my dreams and see that pale figure standing just beyond the trees. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I wonder if Lost Creek Woods will ever let me go. Story the end. The wilderness has a way of swallowing you whole if you're not careful. I learned this the hard way in the forests of northern Minnesota, where the trees stand tall and the lakes run deep and dark. People around here have stories about the woods, some warnings, some just old folklore. But when you're out there, alone, the stories take on a different meaning. They feel less like tales and more like something real, something alive. I was 22 the summer it happened. I grew up in Minneapolis, but always had a thing for the outdoors. My dad was a big outdoorsman, took me camping every summer when I was a kid. But as I got older, I wanted to test myself, go deeper into the wild than just the usual campgrounds and trails. So I planned a solo backpacking trip, 10 days, carrying everything I'd need. No cell phone, no GPS, just me, my gear, and the woods. I told my mom and dad where I was headed, gave them a rough idea of my route along the Boundary Waters Canoe Area wilderness. They were worried, especially since I was going solo, but they knew I was stubborn. I was supposed to check in when I got to the third campsite, 5 days into the trip. That was the plan. Day one was everything I hoped for. The forest was alive with birdsong, the air crisp and cool. I followed a narrow trail, crossed a few streams, and set up camp near a small lake just as the sun was dipping behind the trees. I made dinner over a fire, feeling the thrill of being completely on my own. That night I lay in my tent listening to the sounds of the forest, owls calling, the wind, rustling leaves. It was peaceful, almost hypnotic. The next few days passed in a blur of hiking, fishing, and setting up camp. I loved the solitude. The only time I felt a flicker of unease was on the third night when the wind died down suddenly and the forest fell into an unnatural silence. No birds, no insects, just stillness. I brushed it off as a fluke and went to sleep. On day 5, I was supposed to call my parents, but I never got the chance. That morning, I woke early and packed up. I had planned to hike several miles to the next campsite near a larger lake. The sky was overcast and a light mist hung in the air. As I walked, I noticed the trees seemed denser, the trail less clear. I had a map and compass, but the forest felt like it was shifting around me. After a few hours, I stumbled into a clearing. The lake was larger than I expected, and the water was so still it mirrored the gray sky perfectly. I decided to rest and have lunch. As I sat on a rock by the shore, I thought I saw something move in the trees across the lake. A figure, pale and still. I blinked, but it was gone. I told myself it was just my imagination and packed up to continue. As I made my way around the lake, the weather turned. The mist thickened into fog and the temperature dropped sharply. The forest felt heavier, like a weight pressing down on me. That's when I heard it. A faint whispering, carried on the wind, or so I thought. It sounded like voices, soft and indecipherable, coming from all directions. I stopped and listened, heart racing. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small. No answer. Just the whispering, growing louder, weaving through the trees like a thread of cold air. Panic crept in. I turned around, trying to find the trail back, but the fog obscured everything. The forest seemed unfamiliar, the trees twisting and looming. I pulled out my compass. The needle spun erratically. I tried to steady myself, took deep breaths, and began walking in what I hoped was the right direction. The whispering followed me. Hours passed. The sun sank lower, and the fog thickened into a wall. I stumbled over roots, tripped on rocks, and finally collapsed beside a fallen log, exhausted and terrified. That's when I saw it again. The figure. Standing just beyond the trees, its pale face turned toward me. It didn't move, didn't blink. Its eyes were dark voids. Frozen, I couldn't look away. Then the whispering stopped. The forest went utterly silent. The figure slowly raised a hand and pointed at me. I scrambled to my feet and ran, branches clawing at my clothes and skin. The silence was replaced by the pounding of my heart and my desperate breaths. I ran until I couldn't anymore and collapsed against a tree. When I looked up, the figure was gone. The night was closing in. I tried to start a fire but couldn't get a spark. My hands shook too much. As the darkness enveloped me, I heard footsteps approaching. Slow, deliberate. I shone my flashlight into the woods. No one. But the footsteps continued, circling my camp. I held my breath, clutching my knife, waiting. Then a voice, whisper soft, right beside my ear. "Leave." I spun around, but no one was there. I didn't sleep that night. At dawn, I packed up and began hiking, determined to find my way back. The trail reappeared suddenly, and I followed it, hoping it would lead me out. Hours later, I emerged at a ranger station. I told them what happened, but they just looked at me like I'd lost my mind. No one else had seen or heard anything. I left the wilderness that day with more questions than answers. The forest had shown me something, something not meant for the living. Since then, I avoid the boundary waters. I don't camp alone anymore, but sometimes when the wind is right and I'm far from the woods, I swear I still hear the whispering calling me back. Story, the end. The early autumn air was crisp when I set off for my solo trip into the wilderness of northern Maine. I had always been drawn to the deep woods, places where the silence is almost deafening, and the trees seem to stretch endlessly, untouched by human hands. This time I was aiming for the more remote sections near Baxter State Park, a place with vast forests and rugged terrain, far from any road or trailhead. I planned for 5 days, carrying everything on my back: tent, stove, food, water filter, and a map with hand-drawn notes marking some old logging routes. My first day was filled with the kind of quiet that only the wild can offer. The crunch of my boots on pine needles, the distant call of a jay, and the soft ripple of streams. I made steady progress, crossing over moss-covered boulders and winding through dense firs. Around mid-afternoon, I found a small clearing near a slow-moving stream where I set up camp. The sun was just beginning to dip when I started my fire and cooked a simple meal. Night in the wilderness feels vast, and the sky above was a blanket of stars, cold and brilliant. I fell asleep to the sounds of the woods, an owl's hoot, the occasional rustle of small animals. But around 2 a.m., I woke suddenly, heart pounding. The forest had gone unnervingly silent. No wind, no rustling leaves, nothing but a heavy stillness that pressed down like a weight. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps circling my campsite. Not animal footsteps. These were heavier, measured, almost cautious. I reached for my flashlight, switched it on, and unzipped my tent quickly. The beam swept across the clearing, illuminating trees, rocks, my fire pit. But no one was there. No footprints in the dirt either, though the ground was soft from recent rains. The footsteps stopped abruptly. I sat outside for the rest of the night, fire crackling low. Every shadow seemed alive. Every snap of a twig sent my heart racing. I kept the light trained on the tree line, but nothing moved. Morning brought no answers, just a lingering chill. The second day, I hiked deeper into the forest, aiming for a ridge marked on my map. The trail grew faint, overgrown in places, and the air felt colder. I kept hearing a faint humming, low, like someone softly singing a lullaby, just at the edge of hearing. I stopped and listened. but the sound always seemed to vanish when I focused on it. Around mid-afternoon, I stumbled across a clearing I didn't expect. In the center stood an old, weathered stone foundation, remnants of a cabin or small homestead. The stones were covered in moss, and a broken iron stovepipe jutted from the ground. I felt uneasy. The place was silent, but the silence was thick and heavy. I made camp a few hundred yards away, keeping my fire small and my gear close. That night, the humming returned. Louder this time, wrapping around the clearing like a fog. I heard faint whispers too, unintelligible but urgent. Suddenly the fire sputtered and died. The cold pressed in. I shined my flashlight around, and in the beam I saw a figure standing just beyond the firelight. Tall, thin, cloaked in ragged clothing, face obscured in shadows. I froze. The figure didn't move or speak. After what felt like minutes, it faded into the darkness. Sleep abandoned me completely. On the third day, I packed up early and hurried back toward the trailhead. The humming chased me, faint at first but growing louder, more insistent. I felt eyes watching me from every tree. Near a creek crossing, I found fresh footprints in the mud. Large, heavy boots, not mine, and not any animal I knew. They led upstream, disappearing into thick brush. I followed them for a bit, but the trail vanished. I heard a sudden crack behind me, spun around, but saw only empty woods. By late afternoon, I reached the parking area and my truck, exhausted and shaken. I didn't speak to anyone, just drove straight home. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me back. At night, I heard faint humming outside my window. The shadows in my room seemed too long, too dark. I began to see a figure in the corner of my vision, a tall, thin shape, always just out of focus. I researched the area and found stories of a man named Jacob Perkins, a logger who died mysteriously near that very clearing over a century ago. Some said his spirit wandered the woods, searching for peace. I don't know what I encountered in those woods, but it wasn't just wildlife or my imagination. Some part of that wilderness still holds him, and maybe others, trapped in an endless search. I'll never go back. Story the end. The late summer of 2012 was the first time I went off the grid for longer than a weekend. I was 28 then, working as a seasonal wildlife biologist in northern Maine near the Allagash Wilderness Waterway. The forest there was ancient, thick with spruce and fir, riddled with lakes and rivers so vast and wild that most people never ventured in beyond the canoe routes. I wanted to spend a full month alone, camping and tracking the movements of moose and lynx deep inside the woods. The plan was simple: hike into the backcountry, set up a base camp on the shore of a small unnamed lake about 12 miles in from the nearest ranger station, and spend the next 4 weeks monitoring animal trails, gathering data, and living off the land as much as possible. I packed lightly but thoroughly: tent, bear spray, trap cameras, a small rifle for emergencies, freeze-dried food, and a journal. The first few days were beautiful, sun filtering through the trees, the calls of loons echoing across the lake, the quiet splash of fish breaking the water. I found several moose trails near camp and set a few cameras on fallen logs and game trails. I rarely saw another person. The wilderness was everything I had hoped for: peaceful, remote, alive. But as the days passed, I noticed small things that didn't fit. At first, it was the quiet, not just the usual stillness of the forest, but a deep, unnatural silence. Some mornings I woke before dawn, and the birds were completely absent. No insects buzzing, not even the wind moving the branches. The lake's surface would be perfectly still, like a glass mirror. One afternoon, while hiking a narrow ridge between two lakes, I came upon an old foundation covered in moss and roots. It looked like the remains of a cabin or hunting shack. I poked around carefully and found some rusty nails, a broken glass bottle, and a metal canteen cracked in half. The place hadn't been used in decades, maybe longer. That night, just as the sun was setting, I was writing in my journal by the campfire when I heard a low humming coming from the forest behind me. It wasn't an animal call or the wind, but a strange, melodic sound, like someone singing softly, but off-key. I scanned the tree line with my flashlight, but there was no movement. The humming stopped abruptly after a few minutes, leaving only the crackling fire and the night sounds. I shrugged it off and went to bed, but the feeling of being watched lingered. On the fifth night, I woke suddenly around 2 a.m. to the sound of heavy footsteps outside my tent. The earth was soft from a recent rain, and I could hear the muffled crunch of boots walking carefully on pine needles. I froze, heart pounding, and whispered, "Hello?" But there was no answer. The footsteps circled my tent slowly, then stopped right outside the door. I could hear breathing, heavy and uneven. I gripped my flashlight and shone it outside, but the beam only caught thick darkness. After a few moments, the footsteps retreated into the woods. I stayed awake for hours, eyes darting toward the tent flap. The next morning, I found fresh footprints in the damp earth around the tent. They were human, size 9 boots, but worn and old-looking, as if the person had been walking for a long time. I felt uneasy but tried to rationalize it. Maybe some other campers or trappers had come through, but there was no sign of anyone else on the trail, and I had passed no one in days. On the 7th day, while checking one of my cameras near a creek, I stumbled on a strange sight. Tied to a tree branch at eye level was a bundle of twigs and dried grasses wrapped with strips of cloth, white, frayed, and stained dark with dirt or something else. It looked like some kind of talisman or offering. I didn't touch it. Instead, I took a photo and hurried back to camp. That night, the humming returned, louder and closer, as if someone was standing just outside my tent. I wanted to believe it was the wind or an animal, but the tune was eerily human and deliberate. Suddenly, the tent zipper began to move slowly, as if being pulled down by unseen hands. I grabbed my flashlight and a hunting knife. The zipper stopped before it was fully opened, but the tension in the air was suffocating. I whispered into the darkness, "Leave me alone." The zipper slid back up instantly. The humming stopped. The following morning, I found more footprints. This time, they led directly to the old foundation I had seen days before. The prints were worn and seemed to have come out of nowhere. Inside the tent, on my sleeping bag, was a small pile of gray ash, cold to the touch. From then on, things escalated. One evening, while cooking dinner, I noticed the firewood had been rearranged into a crude circle around my campfire. The logs weren't placed there when I left, and the pattern looked deliberate, like a ritual. That night, I woke to find a figure standing in the shadows just beyond the firelight. The silhouette was tall and thin, wearing what looked like a tattered uniform from another era, something early 20th century. The face was pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes reflecting the moonlight. I froze and stared, unable to move or speak. The figure raised a hand slowly, pointed directly at me, then vanished like smoke. I packed my gear at first light and started the long hike back to civilization. When I reached the ranger station, I told my story to the head ranger, an older man named Charlie. He listened quietly and then nodded. "You weren't the first to see him," he said. "That's Henry Jacobs. He was a forest ranger in these parts back in the 1920s. During a blizzard, he got caught out here and never made it back. Some say his spirit still patrols the woods, trying to protect it. Or maybe warning others." I didn't need convincing. That wilderness trip changed me. The forest wasn't just trees and animals, it held memories, echoes of people who'd lived and died there. Years later, when I tell the story, some think it's folklore or imagination, but I still have the photo of that talisman, the footprints in the mud, and the ash inside my tent. And sometimes, when I'm near the woods at night, I hear the humming again, low, sad, and endlessly haunting. Story the end. The woods have always been a refuge for me, a place where the noise of the world quiets down and the air tastes sharp and clean. I grew up in rural Vermont, not far from the Green Mountains, and hiking was part of my childhood. But what I experienced one October night changed the way I looked at the wilderness forever. It was 2013. I was 25 and had just finished college. I was restless, working a dead-end retail job, and wanted to get away for a while. So I packed a backpack, grabbed my old tent, and headed out for a solo trip in the remote stretches of the Green Mountain National Forest. I wanted to push myself, go deeper and farther than before. The plan was to hike a 30-mile loop over 4 days, starting from a small trailhead near Stratton. I told no one where exactly I was going, just that I'd be back in a week. The first 2 days passed without incident. Clear skies, crisp fall air, the smell of pine needles, and damp earth. I camped near a quiet brook the first night and woke to the sound of birds and the occasional chipmunk scurrying nearby. On the morning of day 3, the weather had turned colder and fog was thick in the valleys. I pushed on, navigating steep ridges and rocky outcrops. The trail was faint in places, overgrown with brambles, but I knew the area well enough to trust my compass. Around midday, I passed an old logging road partially reclaimed by nature. I stopped to eat and take a break. While eating, I noticed something odd. A single tree about 10 yards from the trail, with what looked like a crude face carved into the bark. It was unsettling, not because it was well done, but because it seemed so deliberate and fresh. I'd never seen anything like it on these trails. Shrugging it off as some prank or strange hunter's mark, I kept moving. But as the afternoon wore on, I began to notice more carvings, not faces, but symbols. Some looked like circles with lines, others jagged scratches. They were carved into multiple trees at varying heights, almost as if marking something. The further I went, the more oppressive the forest felt. The fog thickened, dampening sound and light. The woods grew unnaturally silent. I remember pausing several times, scanning for wildlife, but not a single bird or squirrel stirred. By late afternoon, I reached a small clearing where I planned to camp. The ground was littered with leaves and pine cones, but I also saw something else, small piles of stones arranged in neat stacks, some reaching 3 feet high. The cairns looked old and weathered, but their arrangement was eerie, almost ritualistic. I set up my tent quickly and tried to ignore the creeping unease in my gut. The sun was setting fast, and the fog had turned the clearing into a pale, ghostly place. As I unpacked my gear, I thought I saw movement just beyond the tree line, something tall, slender, but it vanished when I blinked. That night, I barely slept. Every snap of a twig, every whisper of the wind sounded amplified and threatening. I heard faint whispers, indistinct but human. When I shined my flashlight outside, I caught glimpses of shadows darting behind trees. At one point, I was sure I heard footsteps circling my camp. Slow, deliberate steps, crunching leaves softly but steadily. I gripped my knife and sat frozen, listening. Then a low moan rose through the woods. Not animal, not wind, but something in between. The sound was mournful, filled with sadness and anger. I wanted to pack up and leave, but the darkness was deep and I didn't want to wander in the night. I kept my fire small, the light barely pushing back the fog. Around midnight, I heard something directly outside the tent. The zipper on the tent door slowly started to pull down. My breath caught. I yanked the zipper back up and yelled, but nothing answered. The steps retreated and the silence fell again. By morning, I was exhausted, tense, and eager to get back to civilization. As I packed up, I noticed something odd. Footprints in the dirt around my tent. They were bare feet prints, narrow and long, with toes digging deep into the mud. No boot prints anywhere. The prints led up to my tent, circled it twice, then vanished into the forest. I photographed them and hurried off the clearing, moving faster than before. The trail seemed to close in on me, the trees growing denser and darker. I kept hearing whispers behind me, always just out of sight. Near dusk, I stumbled onto a dilapidated cabin, hidden deep in the woods. It was falling apart, roof caved in, walls rotten, door hanging by a hinge. I stepped inside, the smell of mold and decay thick in the air. On a table, I found an old leather-bound journal. The pages were yellowed and brittle, but I could read enough. It belonged to a man named Samuel Harrison, who'd lived there in the early 1900s. His entries described strange occurrences, shadows moving on their own, voices calling at night, the feeling of being watched. He wrote of warnings from local Native American tribes about the forest being cursed, haunted by restless spirits who didn't like outsiders. One entry stood out. They come for those who do not respect the land, the ones who carry greed in their hearts. The spirits of the lost, trapped between worlds, waiting. I fear my time is short. The journal ended abruptly. I left the cabin shaken. The sun was almost gone, and the fog thickened again. I set off, but my compass suddenly spun wildly, as if malfunctioning. I felt utterly lost, despite knowing the area well. Panic set in as I realized I was walking in circles. The forest seemed to close around me, the trees leaning in like shadowy sentinels. The whispering voices grew louder, more urgent. I stopped to rest near a large pine and suddenly felt a cold breath on my neck. I whipped around. Nothing. Then I saw her, a figure, translucent but clearly female, standing about 50 feet away. Her clothes were old-fashioned, maybe early 1900s. Her eyes were hollow, dark voids, yet she stared right at me. Her mouth moved, whispering words I couldn't understand. I wanted to run, but my legs felt rooted. She took a step forward. The temperature dropped further. The whispers crescendoed into a haunting chorus. I closed my eyes and prayed for dawn. When I opened them, she was gone. The fog started to lift. I followed what I hoped was the right direction and stumbled back onto the trail near first light. I didn't stop until I reached my car hours later. I gave the journal to the ranger station, but the old-timers just nodded knowingly when I told them the story. One woman told me that part of the forest had long been considered sacred ground, warning everyone to stay away. I never went back. I never told many people because no one would believe me. But sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet, I can still hear the whispering voices, and I wonder if those restless spirits are still watching, waiting for the next soul to wander too far into their domain. Story the end. The idea of escaping the city for a while had been bouncing around my head for months. Working a desk job in Minneapolis day in and day out had worn me thin, and I craved something raw and untouched, a break from the endless hum of traffic, fluorescent lights, and office chatter. So I planned a solo backpacking trip deep into the wilderness of northern Minnesota's Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. It was a place I'd always wanted to visit, full of dense forests, clear lakes, and miles of isolation. I'd done some solo camping before, but never for more than a couple days, never this far out. I prepped for weeks, buying gear, studying maps, plotting a route that would take me about 7 days to complete. The plan was simple: paddle across a few lakes, hike some portage trails, camp where the land felt quiet, and spend some time disconnected from everything. The day I left, the sky was overcast, the kind of gray that weighs heavy on your mood but keeps the bugs down. I launched my canoe off the shoreline of a small town called Ely, pushing away from the dock with my paddle and feeling the weight of the pack settle into the boat. The first few days were peaceful in the way only the wilderness can be. Water lapping against the canoe's hull, the rustle of pine needles overhead, distant loon calls echoing across the lakes at dusk. I followed the routes marked on my map, crossing portages where I'd haul my canoe and gear over rocky trails between bodies of water. I found small clearings to set up camp, cooked simple meals over a portable stove, and slept under a tarp when it rained. But around day 4, things started to change. I can't say exactly when the feeling set in, but it was a creeping unease that settled in my gut like cold stones. It wasn't anything I could point to directly, no wildlife sightings or weather changes, but the forest grew oddly silent. The birds stopped singing. The usual chorus of insects dimmed to a near hush. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. That afternoon, I stopped at a small bay to refill my water and take a break. As I knelt by the edge of the lake, I noticed footprints pressed into the muddy shore. They were barefoot, large, and oddly shaped, too big to be mine or any animal I knew. The prints trailed off into the woods nearby, disappearing under a blanket of moss and fallen leaves. I stood up quickly, heart pounding, scanning the tree line. No movement. No sign of anyone. I chalked it up to another camper, or maybe a local who'd wandered through, but something about the prints made me uneasy. They were too deep, as if whoever made them was heavy or moved with purpose. I packed up and hurried back to my canoe. The lake water was eerily still, almost mirror-like, reflecting the gray sky and treetops perfectly. That night, as I lay in my tent, I heard something, soft footsteps circling my camp. I froze, straining to listen. They were slow and deliberate, the faint crunch of dead leaves under bare feet. I flicked on my flashlight and shone it through the tent wall. Nothing. No one. The forest held its breath again. I whispered, "Who's there?" But the only answer was silence. The next day, determined to push on, I paddled toward a more remote area, hoping the isolation would bring peace. But instead, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. Shadows seemed to flicker just beyond my vision. The silence deepened. I came across an abandoned cabin nestled near the edge of a lake. It was weathered and covered in moss, the windows broken, door hanging open. I stepped inside cautiously. The air was thick with dust and the smell of rot. In the corner, I found a journal, its pages yellowed and brittle. Flipping through, I read entries from a man who had lived there decades ago. He wrote about strange happenings, voices in the night, footsteps outside his cabin, Eerie figures glimpsed through the trees. His last entry was a warning. They come with the silence. Beware the watching eyes. Chills ran down my spine as I closed the journal and hurried back outside. That night, as the wind whispered through the pines, I heard whispering voices just beyond my campfire's glow. Words I couldn't understand, spoken softly and overlapping like a chorus. I spun around with my flashlight, but the darkness swallowed the light. The whispers faded as suddenly as they started, leaving me alone with pounding heart and cold sweat. Over the next 2 days, the strange occurrences escalated. Footprints appeared around my tent every morning, bare, large, always in a perfect circle, as if someone had walked around me while I slept. My food supplies were disturbed, bags unzipped or moved slightly. The fire refused to stay lit for more than a few minutes at a time, no matter how dry the wood was. I even thought I saw figures watching me from a distance, tall, thin silhouettes that vanished when I looked directly. On the fifth night, I was jolted awake by the sound of a woman's scream, piercing and desperate, echoing across the lake. It shattered the stillness and sent me scrambling for my gear. My flashlight barely cut through the dense darkness, but I aimed it toward the sound. Nothing. No movement. No signs of life. I couldn't sleep after that. The following morning, I packed up everything and started paddling back toward the trailhead. The silence of the forest felt suffocating, thick with an unseen presence that seemed to close in around me. About halfway back, my canoe struck something submerged. I looked over the side to see a pale hand, fingers skeletal, gripping the underside of the hull before slipping away into the depths. I slammed my paddle down in panic and sped up, heart hammering. I finally made it back to the ranger station late in the afternoon, exhausted and shaken. I told the rangers some of what I'd experienced, but they gave me concerned looks and suggested it might be fatigue or hallucination. I didn't press the issue. A week later, I read in a local paper about a missing person report. A woman had disappeared near the same area I'd camped, an experienced hiker last seen near that abandoned cabin. The details chilled me to the bone. I haven't been back since. Some parts of the wilderness aren't just empty. They're inhabited by memories, by shadows of people lost to time. And sometimes they reach out. Story the end. I was 28 when I decided to go on a solo backpacking trip in the northern Rockies. I had been hiking and camping for years, mostly with friends or in groups, but this time I wanted solitude. The idea was simple. 3 days off the grid, deep in the wilderness of Montana, far away from cell service, road noise, and any hint of civilization. I was well prepared, or so I thought, with my backpack stuffed with essentials: tent, food, water filter, first aid kit, maps, and enough gear to handle the unpredictable mountain weather. The first day was perfect. I started early, hiking through dense pine forests, the scent of resin thick in the cool air. Birds sang, chipmunks darted between logs, and I felt that familiar calmness that comes with being alone in nature. I followed the trail markers up and around a ridge, taking frequent breaks to drink water and eat. Late afternoon, I found a small clearing near a stream to set up camp. The sun filtered through the trees as I pitched my tent and built a fire. The night was quiet, just the usual sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. Around midnight, I was woken up by a sudden noise outside my tent. At first, I thought it was an animal, a raccoon or maybe a deer, but then I heard footsteps. Not the light padding of a deer, but heavy, deliberate steps moving slowly around the perimeter of my camp. I froze, heart pounding, listening closely. The sound circled me once, twice, then stopped. I switched on my flashlight and unzipped the tent flap. The light cut through the darkness, illuminating the shadows among the trees and the fire pit. But no one was there. I scanned the edge of the forest, but the only movement was the sway of branches in a faint breeze. The next morning, I searched around for tracks but found none. No animal prints, no human footprints. It was as if the footsteps had never been there. I tried to shake it off as nerves or my imagination, but the feeling of being watched lingered. The second day was uneventful until late afternoon when I reached a small, abandoned logging camp that I'd read about on my map. The camp was overgrown and silent, with rusted tools and a collapsed cabin leaning against a stand of pines. The air felt colder here, heavier somehow. I explored briefly and then continued on, following a narrow trail that wound up into a thicket of dense firs. As I walked, the forest grew quieter, the usual rustling of birds and small animals ceasing. I noticed the trail markers were faint, weathered, and less frequent. I stopped and looked around. The trees seemed unnaturally still. I felt a chill despite the warm late afternoon sun. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a figure standing between two trees ahead. I blinked, and it was gone. My heart thudded in my chest. I told myself it was a trick of the light or a deer, but I felt exposed and uneasy. That evening, I set up camp near a rocky ridge. I built a fire and tried to settle down, but sleep was elusive. I kept hearing faint whispers on the wind, indistinct voices that seemed to come from all directions. Every time I strained to listen, the voices stopped. At one point, I saw a flicker of movement beyond the firelight. Something tall and thin, standing just outside the glow. I grabbed my flashlight and swept the beam across the trees, but saw nothing. I packed up and left before dawn on the third day. On the hike back, I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling eyes on me. At one point, I stopped to rest on a rock by a small creek, and there it was again. Footsteps. Heavy, slow, coming from behind me, crunching over dry leaves and twigs. I stood up and spun around, flashlight raised. The beam cut through the forest, but no one was there. My pace quickened. I kept hearing the footsteps, always behind me, but when I turned, nothing. When I finally reached my truck at the trailhead, the sun was setting. I locked the doors and sat inside, heart still racing. I glanced at my phone, no signal. That night, in the motel nearby, I couldn't sleep. My mind replayed every sound, every shadow. I looked up local history online and found a story about the old logging camp, a man named Henry Martin, who disappeared in those woods almost a century ago. Some said his spirit still roamed the forest, searching for something lost. I don't know if that's what I saw or heard. Maybe it was just the wilderness playing tricks on me. But I can still hear those footsteps when I close my eyes, heavy and slow, like something following just out of sight. Story the end. The Appalachian Mountains run like a jagged spine down the eastern United States, and within them lies a wilderness so dense, so old, it seems to swallow time whole. I never planned on going out there alone. I wasn't a hunter, a camper, or the type who enjoyed a weekend in the woods. But after a tough breakup and a rough year in New York City, I needed to disappear. Just for a little while. My name's Jason, and this is what happened the week I almost didn't come back. It started with a small, tucked-away cabin I'd found while browsing forums dedicated to Appalachian hiking trails. Someone mentioned it once in passing, an old family hunting cabin near a place called Devil's Backbone Ridge, somewhere in West Virginia. No exact location given, just vague directions and warnings to avoid going after dark. The name caught my attention. I liked the idea of being isolated, away from phones, internet, and the noise. I wanted to be completely alone with the forest. I got my gear ready over a few weeks, rented a map from the local ranger's office, bought enough food and water for a week, a sturdy tent, a GPS, and an old-fashioned compass just in case. I flew into Charleston, West Virginia, rented a car, and drove the rest of the way until the pavement ended and gravel roads narrowed. I parked at a spot marked Trailhead on the map, where a rusted sign warned visitors of bears and unpredictable weather. The sun was warm in late October, but the wind had a bite. The hike began easily enough. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and wind rushing through the treetops. The trail was faint in places, but the GPS held steady and my compass pointed true. I felt a strange peace walking under those towering oaks and pines, far from city lights and sirens. About halfway to the cabin, I crossed a small creek where the water was icy and clear. The air cooled noticeably as I climbed a gentle slope, the underbrush thickening. I kept thinking about the warnings I'd read. Strangers disappearing, strange noises at night, and the stories about something that wasn't quite human lurking in the woods. I told myself those were just old legends, part of the folklore meant to scare kids. Around late afternoon, the trail grew rocky and steep as I approached the ridge. The GPS signal flickered, then faded. I pulled out the paper map and compass. Using the ridge as a landmark, I pushed forward. That's when I saw it, a clearing up ahead, roughly circular, maybe 30 feet across, surrounded by thick brush, but there was no grass or leaf litter inside. Instead, the dirt looked bare, hard-packed, and oddly smooth as if something had been scraping it clean. I stepped closer, scanning for signs of animals or human activity. Nothing. No footprints, no tire marks, no discarded trash, just the eerie emptiness. My skin prickled with a cold that had nothing to do with the autumn air. I pulled back quickly, hearing a faint snapping of twigs behind me. Turning sharply, I caught a glimpse of something moving just beyond the trees, a figure, tall and thin, almost blending with the shadows. I blinked, and it was gone. Trying to shake off the unease, I moved on until, finally, the cabin came into view. It was a small, weather-beaten structure, sagging slightly on one side. The wooden planks were gray with age, the roof patched in places with rusted tin. Smoke curled faintly from a stone chimney. I called out, no answer. The door hung open, creaking in the breeze. Inside, dust lay thick on the floorboards. A rusted stove sat cold in the corner, and a cracked mirror hung crooked on the wall. I set my pack down, lit a small fire in the hearth, and pulled out my sleeping bag. As night fell, the forest seemed to grow even quieter. No owls, no wind, no rustling creatures, just silence pressing against the cabin walls. I tried to focus on the warmth of the fire, but every so often the hair on my arms stood up. Around midnight, I woke suddenly to the sound of footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. I grabbed my flashlight and peered out. The beam caught nothing but swaying tree branches and the flickering firelight. I called out, my voice cracking in the cold air. No answer. The footsteps circled the cabin once, then stopped. A cold breeze brushed past me, carrying with it the faintest scent of smoke and something else. Rotting leaves, maybe, or something far worse. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I saw a pair of pale eyes watching me from the trees. When dawn came, I packed up quickly and started my hike back. The forest remained silent, almost too still. Days later, back in Charleston, I found out that in the 1930s, a man named Samuel Hart had lived in a cabin on Devil's Backbone Ridge. The local paper reported he vanished one autumn night, never to be found. Some said he'd been driven mad by loneliness or worse, chased off by something he disturbed in the forest. I've been home now for months, but sometimes at night I swear I hear footsteps outside my window. I can't shake the feeling that something followed me back from the ridge, something that waits in the shadows between trees, watching and waiting. The woods don't forget, and neither does what hides within them. Story, the end. The sun was dipping low behind the ridges of the Ozark Mountains when Jake Harris parked his truck at the small gravel lot that served as the trailhead for the Devil's Den State Park. It was early November, the air already tinged with winter's chill, and the colors of the forest had faded from fiery reds and golds to dull browns and bare branches. Jake, a 32-year-old software engineer from Little Rock, had been planning this solo trip for months. A chance to unplug, push himself physically, and maybe shake off the restless feeling that had been building in him since his last breakup. He tightened his backpack straps, adjusted his worn leather boots, and stepped onto the narrow dirt path that led deep into the forest. The trail immediately descended into the thick woods, the sounds of civilization disappearing with each step. Jake felt a thrill. He'd done plenty of hikes, but nothing quite like this. Wild, isolated, with an eerie reputation that locals whispered about but never confirmed. The legend was simple. Years ago, during the 1930s, a small family had vanished without a trace while camping somewhere in this forest. No bodies were ever found. Some said the forest itself swallowed them whole. Others told stories of strange lights and voices heard in the dead of night. Jake didn't believe in ghosts, but he was curious enough to want to see for himself if the woods held any secrets. He hiked steadily for 2 hours, the late afternoon sun filtering weakly through bare branches. The trail grew rougher and steeper, with jagged rocks jutting out like ancient teeth. The only sounds were his boots crunching fallen leaves and the occasional caw of a crow. Jake kept his flashlight handy, though he hoped not to need it before nightfall. By 5 p.m., he reached a small clearing beside a creek, a perfect spot to camp. He pitched his lightweight tent and gathered wood for a fire. The cold was settling fast, and he wanted warmth and light before darkness fully descended. As he sat by the fire, cooking some dehydrated stew, a sense of peace washed over him. The forest was beautiful, silent, and indifferent. But as the last light slipped from the sky, a strange feeling began to creep in, a subtle shift in the air, like the forest was holding its breath. Jake finished his meal and laid back, staring into the flames. He was about to crawl into his sleeping bag when he heard it. A faint whisper, almost inaudible, carried on the wind. At first, he thought it was the rustling of branches, but the sound repeated, a soft murmur, like a voice speaking too low to understand. He froze, listening intently. The whispering grew slightly louder, circling his camp like a wind playing through the trees. "Hello," he called, voice cautious. No answer. Jake shook his head. "Must be the wind," he told himself, but his pulse had quickened. The fire flickered as a sudden breeze swept through the clearing. The whispers stopped. He zipped his tent and tried to sleep, but the feeling lingered, the sensation of unseen eyes watching him from the darkness beyond the firelight. Around midnight, Jake woke abruptly to a cold draft blowing across his face. His breathing quickened as the silence outside deepened. The usual night sounds had vanished. No owls, no rustling animals, nothing but heavy stillness. Then came a soft, crunching noise, footsteps approaching his tent. Jake sat up, heart pounding. The sound moved slowly around his campsite, pausing near the fire pit, then receding. He unzipped the tent cautiously and shone his flashlight into the foggy night. The beam cut through swirling mist, illuminating the gnarled trunks of oak and hickory trees. Nothing moved. "Who's there?" Jake whispered, voice trembling. A sudden chill ran down his spine as a shadow flickered just beyond the tree line. His flashlight caught a glimpse of something pale and still, a figure standing motionless, watching. Jake blinked. When he looked again, the figure was gone. He slammed the tent closed and sat huddled inside, gripping his flashlight and knife. By dawn, exhaustion had claimed him. Morning revealed no sign of visitors. No footprints, no broken branches, just the quiet forest waking from its sleep. Jake considered packing up and leaving, but curiosity pushed him to stay one more night. That afternoon, he followed the creek upstream, hoping to find a better water source and maybe explore the ruins of an old logging camp he'd read about. After an hour, he came across a dilapidated cabin, half collapsed and swallowed by vines. It looked abandoned for decades. He stepped inside, the wooden floor creaking beneath his boots. On the wall, he found scratched names and dates, some as old as the 1930s. One inscription caught his eye: "E.M. and family. Never forgot." His stomach tightened. Suddenly, the air grew thick, heavy with an oppressive silence. From somewhere deep in the woods, a low moan echoed, sorrowful and chilling. Jake froze, scanning the shadowed tree line. A cold breeze brushed past him, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and something else: decay. He backed out of the cabin and hurried back toward camp. That night, the fog returned, thick and swirling, swallowing the forest in a white shroud. The whispers came again, louder this time, voices overlapping, indistinct but urgent. Shapes flickered in the fog, fleeting and ghost-like. Jake shone his flashlight wildly, but the beam passed through them as if they were made of smoke. The cold hand brushed his arm through the tent wall. He screamed and scrambled outside, knife raised. The fog had cleared. Only the fire remained, flickering weakly. Exhausted and terrified, Jake packed his gear at first light. As he left, he glanced back toward the cabin one last time. In the clearing stood a figure, pale, translucent, watching him with hollow eyes. Jake didn't stop to stare. The forest had kept its secret. Years later, he'd tell few people about the trip, and none believed the stories of whispers and shadows. But sometimes, when the wind rustled the leaves outside his city apartment, Jake swore he heard soft voices calling his name, and he knew the forest had never really let him go. Story the end. The sun was already low on the horizon when I finally pulled off the highway onto the narrow gravel road that led to the trailhead. I was alone, like I wanted. My buddy had backed out last minute, and honestly, I didn't mind. I'd been itching to get away from the city, from all the noise and the pressure. The forest near the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania had always drawn me. I'd hiked there before, but never alone this deep. This time, I wanted to really disconnect, to test myself. No phone, no radio, no one around. The plan was simple: hike in about 8 miles to an old logging camp that's been abandoned since the 1930s, set up camp, and spend a few nights by myself. I was no stranger to the wilderness, grew up camping and hunting with my dad, but this place had a reputation. Locals called it the Lost Hollow, and some warned me to stay clear. Strange things, they said, had happened there. I'd laughed it off. Ghost stories were for tourists. The first day of hiking was uneventful. The trail wound through thick pine and oak, leaves crunching underfoot, the cool autumn air smelling of moss and damp earth. I passed a few small streams, crossed old wooden bridges half rotted by time, and felt a sense of calm settle in my chest. The further I went, the quieter it got. The forest seemed to close in, the canopy thicker, sunlight dimmer. When I reached the old logging camp just before dusk, it was everything the guidebook said. A few crumbling cabins, rusted tools half buried in leaves, and a fire pit ringed by stones. The air had that eerie stillness, like the place was holding its breath. I set up my tent near one of the cabins, built a small fire, and sat back, listening to the forest settle. As darkness fell, I felt the first unease creep in. I chalked it up to being alone and in an unfamiliar place. I ate dinner by the fire, then crawled into my sleeping bag, zipping up tight against the cold night. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of footsteps crunching on dead leaves outside my tent. My heart hammered. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it out the flap, but saw nothing. The beam swept over the shadows of trees and rocks, but no movement. "Hello?" I whispered. Silence. Then I heard it. A faint, low whisper like a breath, just beyond the fabric. I froze, straining to listen. The whisper came again, clearer. My name. "Jason." I froze. My blood ran cold. I switched on the flashlight and peered into the darkness. Nothing. No figure. Just the forest. I tried to convince myself it was the wind playing tricks, maybe an animal. But the whisper was too distinct, too human. Suddenly, the fire went out. The warmth and light vanished, plunging me into pitch black. I scrambled out of the tent, flashlight flickering, and called out again. No response. The footsteps continued, circling the tent slowly. Not the quick steps of a deer, but slow, deliberate, heavy, like boots. I grabbed my hunting knife and waited, muscles tense. The whisper came again, this time closer. "Jason, don't stay." I didn't wait to hear more. I tore down my tent in the dark, stuffed everything into my pack, and started hiking back down the trail, heart pounding, adrenaline sharp. The forest felt alive with eyes. Branches brushed my face, shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, and every crack of a twig made me jump. I kept hearing footsteps behind me, keeping pace, but whenever I turned, no one was there. Halfway down, the whispering grew louder, filling the silence. "Jason, leave, or you won't return." I stumbled and nearly fell, breath ragged. Then up ahead, I saw a faint light flickering through the trees. I headed toward it, hoping for other campers or maybe a ranger station. When I got there, I found an old stone well covered in moss with a lantern hanging from a rusted hook. No one was around. I peered down into the well. It was deep, dark, bottom lost to shadow. Suddenly, a cold breeze rushed from the well's opening, carrying a faint moan. I stepped back, heart racing. Behind me, I heard a voice, clear, urgent. "Jason, help us." I spun around, but the forest was empty. I ran the last few miles to my car, not stopping until I was behind the wheel, engine roaring to life. I didn't look back. Back home, I tried to shrug it off as exhaustion or stress. But the feeling stayed with me. Sometimes late at night, I hear faint whispers outside my window. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of a pale figure in the corner of my eye. I went back online and found old local records about the logging camp. They said a group of loggers disappeared mysteriously one fall during a fierce storm. No bodies were found, only abandoned tools and a few scattered belongings. Locals believe their spirits never left the hollow, trapped between worlds, warning outsiders to stay away. I don't blame them for warning me. I wasn't supposed to be there, and I don't think I ever will be again. Story, the end. The autumn of 2013 was one of those rare, crisp, clear stretches in northern Idaho when the mountains seem to glow with color and the air tastes like the promise of snow. I'd grown up in Coeur d'Alene, but for years I'd lived far away, first in Seattle, then Boston, and only recently moved back. My job as a wildlife biologist gave me plenty of reasons to be in the wilderness, but this trip was different. I wanted to spend a week alone, deep in the Cabinet Mountains, to collect data on mountain goats and enjoy some isolation before winter closed in. I knew the terrain well enough, having hiked parts of the Cabinet Wilderness since I was a kid, but this area was particularly remote. I chose a basin near Bull Lake, an area I'd only heard about from old forest rangers and local hunters. The place was steeped in history and folklore, and though it was a beautiful stretch of rugged forest and jagged cliffs, there were stories locals told in hushed tones. Stories about disappearances, strange lights, and the Watcher, a shadowy figure said to haunt the old logging roads and ridges. I didn't believe in ghosts or legends, but something about the place felt off the moment I arrived. The drive-in was long, winding through narrow gravel roads flanked by dense stands of cedar and fir. The forest thickened until the road gave out, leaving me to hike the last 5 miles to my chosen campsite. My pack was heavy with research gear, food, and the essentials for camping alone in bear country. I set off just after dawn, my breath steaming in the cool morning air. The first 2 days passed without incident. I tracked mountain goats, noted their movements, and set up remote cameras. The woods were alive with the rustling of leaves, the distant cry of hawks, and the murmur of a creek winding through the valley. The nights were cold but calm, the sky filled with stars like diamonds scattered across black velvet. But on the third night, things began to change. I was lying in my tent when I heard it, a faint sound outside, like the scraping of a branch or a rock being shifted. I froze, listening. The forest had been so quiet, so peaceful, that any unexpected noise was jarring. I unzipped the tent flap slowly and shone my flashlight into the darkness. Nothing but the black silhouettes of trees. No animals, no other campers. Then, from somewhere deeper in the forest, I heard a low, guttural humming. It wasn't a song, not exactly, but a steady drone that seemed to vibrate through the air. I thought maybe it was some kind of animal call, but I'd never heard anything like it. I shook it off and went back to sleep. The next day, I explored further up the ridge and stumbled upon the remnants of an old logging camp. Rusted machinery lay half buried in moss, and the skeleton of a cabin stood against the trees, its roof collapsed and walls blackened by time and fire. Near the camp was a rusted metal sign nailed to a tree. The paint had long faded, but I could still make out the words Bear Creek Logging Co., closed 1927. Curious, I began to sift through the debris. Among the broken boards, I found a leather-bound journal, its cover cracked and pages yellowed. It belonged to a man named Samuel Grant, a logger who worked here nearly a century ago. Reading by the fading light, I learned that the camp had been abruptly abandoned after a series of strange events. Samuel's entries became more frantic as he described strange noises in the night, shadows moving between the trees, and something he called the Watcher. He wrote of men disappearing, their screams echoing through the valley, and a creeping dread that no man could explain. His final entry was brief. They come for us. The forest is alive. I fear I will not leave. That night, I camped nearby, my fire crackling as darkness fell. The usual sounds of the forest faded away, replaced by an unnatural silence. Then, just as midnight approached, I heard it, the low humming again, distant but growing louder. My skin prickled with unease. Suddenly, the fire flickered wildly, and the temperature around me dropped sharply. I could see my breath misting in the cold air. Then, in the edge of my vision, a dark figure emerged from the trees. It was tall and thin, draped in tattered clothing that seemed to merge with the shadows. Its eyes gleamed faintly, reflecting the firelight. I froze, heart pounding. The figure didn't move toward me, but stood watching, unmoving as if waiting. I packed my gear in silence, not daring to look away until I was well into the trees, far from the camp. Over the next days, the occurrences escalated. Equipment I'd left carefully set up was knocked over or missing. The animals seemed to avoid my presence entirely, and at night the humming turned to whispers, words I couldn't understand but felt pressing against my mind. One evening, as fog rolled in thick and heavy, I ventured into a narrow ravine that I hadn't explored before. The trees were twisted, their branches clawing at the sky. The ground was soft with moss and fallen needles. Suddenly, I spotted a small shrine made of stones and bones, arranged in a crude circle. In the center lay a weathered wooden doll, its features worn but unsettling. The air felt suffocating, thick with dread. As I reached down to take a closer look, a piercing scream echoed through the ravine, so close and raw it felt like it was inside my skull. I stumbled back, heart racing, and fled the ravine. That night I slept fitfully, plagued by dreams of shadowy figures reaching out with long, cold fingers. On my final day, I decided to leave before dark. Packing quickly, I made my way back toward the truck, but the forest seemed different, denser, darker. The path I'd taken appeared altered, as if the forest itself had shifted. I heard footsteps again, slow and deliberate, following me. Turning suddenly, I saw nothing but trees. I reached the clearing near my vehicle just as twilight fell. As I loaded my gear, I glanced up and caught sight of the figure again, the Watcher, standing at the edge of the tree line. It didn't move as I approached, but watched silently, its eyes glowing faintly in the dusk. I slammed the door, started the engine, and drove away without looking back. Back in town, I shared my experiences with an old forest ranger named Bill, who told me the area had been haunted for decades. He said the Watcher was believed to be the restless spirit of a logger who died violently in the early 1900s, cursed to wander the woods, guarding its secrets. I don't know if I encountered a ghost, a spirit, or something else entirely. All I know is that the forest keeps its memories, and some of them reach out when you least expect it. Sometimes late at night, I can still hear that low humming. Story the end. It was the summer of 2012 when my friends and I decided to go backpacking in the remote wilderness of northern Maine. We were all in our early 20s, just out of college, eager for adventure, and craving a break from the monotony of city life. The plan was simple: hike the Katahdin region, camp out under the stars, and reconnect with nature. None of us were particularly experienced in deep wilderness survival, but we'd all done some camping and figured that would be enough. Our group consisted of 5 people: me, my longtime friend Josh, his girlfriend Lauren, my cousin Matt, and a guy named Ben, whom Josh had recently met through work. Ben was quiet, kind of a loner, but he knew his way around the woods, or at least he claimed to. We set out on a sunny Friday morning from the small town of Millinocket. Our backpacks were heavy but manageable, and the air was fresh with the scent of pine and moss. The trail was marked but rugged with steep climbs and rocky paths. For the first day, everything felt normal. The sounds of birds, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the gentle rush of streams. We set up camp near a small clearing by a babbling brook, the sun filtering through the thick canopy above. After dinner and some lighthearted stories, we all settled into our tents early, exhausted but content. Around midnight, I woke up to a strange sound, a low, distant humming like a lullaby sung underwater. It was faint, almost hypnotic, and it seemed to be coming from somewhere deep in the woods. I shook it off as my imagination and tried to go back to sleep. The next day, Josh mentioned he'd heard the same sound in the night. Ben, though usually quiet, said he thought it might be some kind of wildlife, maybe a rare bird or insect we didn't know about. As we continued hiking, the forest grew denser. The trees twisted oddly and the air seemed heavier, almost suffocating. We passed an old logging camp, long abandoned and overgrown, the wooden structures rotting and covered in moss. There was an eerie silence here. Even the birds seemed to avoid the place. That night, we camped near an old fire ring surrounded by rocks. As we sat around the fire, Ben grew increasingly quiet, staring off into the dark woods. "I don't like this place," he said softly. "Feels wrong." Lauren laughed nervously. "You're just spooked because it's so remote." But Ben didn't seem convinced. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by a blood-curdling scream. It came from somewhere close but impossible to pinpoint. I scrambled out of my tent and grabbed my flashlight. The others were awake now, eyes wide with fear. We shone our lights into the darkness, but saw nothing. The scream echoed again, this time accompanied by a terrible, guttural growl. Josh whispered, "We need to stick together." We gathered our gear, hearts pounding, and decided to hike out as fast as we could. The path back seemed unfamiliar. Trees that had been on the left were now on the right. The forest appeared to shift around us, disorienting and maze-like. Suddenly, Lauren tripped and fell, dropping her flashlight. It rolled away into the darkness. "Don't leave it," she cried, panic rising. We searched frantically, but the beam of light was swallowed by the woods. Without it, we were blind. The growling returned, closer now. We caught glimpses of something moving just beyond the edge of our flashlights, pale, shadowy figures darting between trees. Ben grabbed Lauren's hand and pulled her along as we ran. Suddenly, Matt stopped. "I can't find my pack!" "Come on," Josh urged, but Matt was frozen, staring at the ground. When we looked where he was, we saw strange footprints, much larger than ours, with long, claw-like marks pressed into the soft earth. Then the whispers started. Low, sibilant voices in a language none of us recognized, rising from the underbrush. We ran, branches clawing at our faces in packs, the voices growing louder and more urgent. We burst through a thicket and found ourselves at the edge of a swamp. The fog rose thickly from the water, and in the dim moonlight, shapes moved just beneath the surface. Lauren screamed again as something cold and slimy brushed her leg. We scrambled out of the swamp, collapsing on the bank, gasping for breath. Matt was gone. The whispering stopped abruptly. Panic gave way to dread as we realized Matt had vanished. We called his name, our voices trembling. No answer. Josh was about to head back in when Ben stopped him. There's something here. Something older than us. It doesn't want to be disturbed. We agreed to wait until dawn. Around 4 a.m., the sun began to rise and the forest lightened. Ben let us out, his knowledge of the woods helping us find a faint path. We reached the trailhead hours later, shaken and exhausted. The authorities were notified, but the search for Matt turned up nothing. No tracks, no signs, no clues. Months later, I visited the ranger station to look through old records. I found a file about a series of disappearances dating back nearly a century in the same area. Locals whispered of the lost ones, hikers who never returned, believed taken by spirits guarding the forest. Some said the forest itself was alive, a living entity that consumed those who entered without respect. I never went back. Sometimes when I'm alone, I still hear the faint humming, the whispers on the wind, and I wonder if Matt is still out there, lost somewhere between the trees and the shadows. Story, the end. The first time I ever went deep into the wilderness alone, I was 27 years old and eager to prove to myself that I could handle the solitude. I wasn't some hardcore survivalist, just an ordinary guy from Oregon with a craving to disconnect from everything and test my limits out in the forests that stretched for miles beyond my hometown. The Pacific Northwest's vastness was alluring, especially the Cascade Mountains, where dense trees, roaring rivers, and shadowed valleys made you feel both alive and insignificant. I had planned a week-long backpacking trip along a lesser-known trail near Mount Rainier. I told my sister my itinerary and gave her an approximate return date. We both agreed I'd check in by phone from a ranger station on day 4. That was the plan. The first 2 days were exactly what I wanted: peaceful, challenging, and free. The crisp mountain air smelled of pine and earth. At night, the sky spilled stars like a river of diamonds. The forest was alive with the sounds of insects, birds, and distant waterfalls. I fished a small stream and cooked my catch over a campfire. Everything felt natural, timeless. On the evening of day 3, as I set up camp near a rocky ridge, the sun was dipping fast behind the peaks. The woods around me thickened, the usual chirping of crickets faded, and an eerie stillness settled. I chalked it up to the approaching night and went to bed early, feeling slightly unsettled but exhausted. That's when I first noticed the knocking. At first it was faint, a single hollow tap against the trunk of a nearby cedar tree. I thought maybe an animal had struck it with a claw or beak, but the knocking came again, and again, slow, rhythmic, almost deliberate. I sat up, flashlight in hand, scanning the dark woods. Nothing moved. Then I heard whispers, soft, breathy, unintelligible voices that seemed to swirl in the chilly air just beyond the circle of light. I strained to listen but couldn't make out words. My heart pounded. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" No answer. The knocking continued for a while longer, then stopped abruptly. I told myself it was just the wind playing tricks or a woodpecker, but sleep didn't come easy. The next morning, I packed up quickly, eager to leave the spot behind. As I hiked down the ridge, the trail grew narrower, overgrown, almost hidden beneath fallen leaves and branches. I realized I'd strayed from the main path. When I tried to backtrack, I found myself disoriented. The familiar landmarks disappeared, replaced by twisted trees and thick fog creeping between trunks. I pulled out my map and compass, but the compass needle spun wildly. I checked the map repeatedly, but the terrain made no sense. I pressed on, hoping to find the trail or a clearing, but hours passed and the fog thickened. Then the whispers returned. They seemed louder, closer. I stopped and listened. Voices, soft but urgent, came from all directions. Panic settled in. I tried calling out, but my voice felt swallowed by the woods. As twilight approached, I stumbled upon an old cabin, nearly hidden beneath vines and moss. The windows were shattered, the door hanging off its hinges. Curious and desperate, I stepped inside. The air inside was stale and cold, with a faint smell of decay. The walls were covered in faded, indecipherable writing scratched into the wood. In the center of the room lay a small pile of stones arranged in a circle. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, heart racing. The whispers became voices, now clearer and frantic. "Get out! Get out!" I lunged at the door, wrenching it open. Outside, the forest was dark, but the fog had lifted. I ran, not stopping until I burst onto a dirt road near a ranger station. I told the rangers everything, but their faces grew grim. They told me about a man who disappeared decades ago in that very forest, a woodsman who'd lived alone in that cabin. He was said to have gone mad, murmuring to himself about voices in the trees. They believed his spirit still lingered, trapped between worlds, warning wanderers away. I never went back to those woods. The knocking, the voices, the fog, they haunt my dreams. Sometimes I hear whispers carried on the wind even here, miles from the forest. Some things in the wilderness aren't just stories, they're warnings. Story the end. The wind was the first thing I noticed when I arrived at the trailhead, cold and relentless even though it was mid-September. I was 32 from a small town in northern Michigan, and the woods here had always held a strange appeal to me, something raw, untouched, and deep enough to swallow a man whole. My plan was simple: hike the remote stretches of the Porcupine Mountains Wilderness State Park alone for a week, get away from the city, clear my head after my brother's sudden death. He disappeared while hiking in this area 3 years earlier, and the police never found a trace of him. I didn't believe in ghosts, not really. I thought the stories were just stories, until that week. The first 2 days were uneventful, peaceful even. I followed rough trails that threaded between towering old-growth pines and across cold, clear creeks. My gear was light, my steps steady. At night, I camped near the shore of Lake Superior, the waves gently crashing on jagged rocks, the sky glittering with stars. The silence was a balm. On the third day, I veered off the map trails, heading toward a part of the park locals call Devil's Elbow, a place known for twisted trees and rocky outcrops, with a history of strange disappearances and old logging camps abandoned and forgotten. The path was faint, almost non-existent in places, and I had to rely on compass and memory to navigate. As I pushed deeper, the forest changed. The trees grew denser, the canopy thickening until the sunlight barely touched the ground. The air turned heavy and damp. I crossed a narrow ravine where a fallen log served as a bridge, its surface slick with moss. It was here, as I stopped to catch my breath, that I first heard it, a low, guttural humming, almost like a chant carried faintly on the breeze. I stopped. The woods were silent again, only the wind rustling leaves. Shaking off a chill, I moved forward, but the feeling of being watched settled in like a weight on my chest. That night, I camped in a small clearing surrounded by ancient cedar and fir. I set up my tent, made a fire, and tried to ignore the unsettling quiet. Around midnight, I awoke to the unmistakable sound of footsteps circling my campsite. Heavy, slow steps crunching leaves and twigs. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the dark. Nothing. But then I saw her, a figure barely visible beyond the firelight's reach, a woman in a long white dress, standing motionless among the trees. Her hair was long and tangled, her face obscured by shadows. I called out, voice trembling. She didn't move. Then she vanished, as if swallowed by the night itself. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, clutching my knife. The next day, shaken but determined, I pushed on toward an old logging cabin marked on a faded map. When I reached it, the cabin was decayed and sagging, covered in moss and vines. Inside, I found an old journal on a broken table. The entries were dated nearly a century ago, written by a man named Thomas who had lived here with his wife and daughter. The last entry spoke of strange noises in the woods and his daughter wandering off, never to be found. Suddenly, the temperature dropped sharply, my breath visible in the cold air. The silence returned, thick and oppressive. That evening, as I made camp near the cabin, the humming started again, louder, closer. The footsteps returned, pacing just outside my tent. I caught glimpses of the white figure, sometimes two, drifting through the trees. I tried to leave at first light, but the forest seemed to shift. Trails I thought I knew twisted and vanished. My compass spun erratically. The woods had become a maze. Days passed. Exhausted, hungry, and terrified, I kept moving, driven by a primal need to survive. Each night the ghosts came, the woman in white, the shadowy shapes, whispering names I recognized but couldn't place. The line between waking and dreaming blurred. On the seventh day, I stumbled back onto the main trail near the park's edge, weak and disoriented. When I returned home, I learned that the park rangers had found other hikers who reported strange encounters near Devil's Elbow. Voices calling from the woods, sudden cold spots, figures glimpsed through the trees. I never went back. Sometimes, when the wind howls just right, I hear that low humming, and I wonder how many others are still lost wandering those haunted woods. Story the end. The first time I set foot in the wilderness alone was during the summer of 2013. I was 27, fresh out of college with a degree in environmental science, and I had just landed a seasonal job as a field technician for the National Park Service in Wyoming's Wind River Range. It was everything I'd wanted. Months away from the city, surrounded by jagged peaks, dense forests, and winding rivers that seemed untouched by civilization. The park was vast and wild, covering thousands of square miles. I was assigned to monitor water quality and wildlife activity along a remote section near Titcomb Basin, a high alpine area accessible only by a strenuous hike over steep ridges and across narrow passes. My camp was to be a small clearing near a secluded glacial lake at around 10,000 feet elevation. No trails led directly to it. I'd have to navigate with map and compass. I packed light, but thoroughly: tent, food for 10 days, sampling equipment, GPS, and my camera. I'd done solo trips before, but this was my longest stint alone in such a remote area. The first 2 days went without incident. The landscape was breathtaking. Crystal clear lakes surrounded by towering granite spires, wildflowers dotting the meadows, and the occasional glimpse of mountain goats or marmots. Nights were cold but quiet, save for the sounds of the wind brushing the pine needles. On the third night, something changed. I was asleep in my tent around 1:30 a.m. when I woke suddenly. At first I thought it was the wind, but then I heard footsteps crunching on the dry forest floor just outside. The sound was soft but deliberate, moving slowly from one side of the tent to the other. My heart started pounding. I sat up, holding my flashlight and breathless. The tent zipper shifted slightly, as if something or someone was testing it. I whispered, "Who's there?" But the only answer was silence. No rustling bushes, no reply. I held my breath, then slowly unzipped the tent and shone my light into the darkness. Nothing. The forest was empty except for the waving shadows of pine branches. My eyes scanned the area, but I saw no movement. The footsteps had stopped. I closed the tent and lay awake for hours, uneasy but unable to shake the feeling that something was watching me. Over the next few days, I noticed other strange things. Small piles of stones appeared overnight just beyond the tent, stacked in precise little cairns. I had never built them, and there was no evidence they were natural. The whispering came back too, faint voices carried on the wind, unintelligible but mournful. One afternoon, while hiking to collect water samples, I found an old weathered wooden sign half buried in moss. It read, "Dead Man's Pass." I had never seen the name on any map or park brochure. The pass was nearby, a narrow gap between two granite ridges, infamous among local climbers for sudden weather changes and dangerous terrain. The third night after finding the sign, the tent zipper moved again. This time, the zipper slid down completely. My flashlight had fallen to the floor inside the tent. I scrambled to grab it, but when I shone the beam outside, I saw something chilling. A figure stood just beyond the tree line. Tall and thin, wearing what looked like a tattered ranger uniform from another era, faded and torn. The face was pale, almost translucent, with hollow eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. The figure's mouth moved, but no sound came out. I was frozen in terror. After a few seconds, the figure turned and disappeared silently into the trees. The next morning, I found footprints around the tent, barefoot, with elongated toes and claws instead of nails. The prints led down the slope toward Deadman's Pass and vanished near a small stream. I packed up camp immediately and headed back the way I came. When I reached the ranger station, I shared my experience with a seasoned park ranger named Mike. He listened gravely and told me about an old legend. In the early 1900s, he said, a ranger named Samuel Black was caught in a blizzard crossing Deadman's Pass. He never made it out alive. The search parties found his tracks leading into the woods, but he disappeared without a trace. Some say his spirit still wanders the area, trapped by the mountain, warning travelers of danger. Mike added that others had reported strange noises, footprints, and sightings near the pass over the years. I haven't gone back to that part of the park since. The wilderness is beautiful but holds secrets older than any map can show. The experience changed how I see the forest. It's not just trees and rocks. Sometimes the past lingers where you least expect it, watching from the shadows. Years later, I still get chills remembering the pale figure standing just outside my tent that night. Story the end. The forest was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, the canopy above weaving a patchwork of shadows in the fading afternoon light. Jake Miller had been hiking for nearly 6 hours now, his pack heavy and his boots muddy from crossing swollen creeks. He was deep in the Monongahela National Forest of West Virginia, a place he'd heard whispers about in local bars and from old-timers, stories of strange lights, eerie sounds, and people vanishing without a trace. Jake didn't believe in ghosts or legends, but after losing his job and ending a long-term relationship, he needed time away from the noise of the city, time alone with the wild. The trail he followed was narrow, almost forgotten, winding between gnarled trees and rocky outcrops. His destination was an old hunting cabin that had been converted into a ranger outpost decades ago, now abandoned but rumored to be a good shelter in emergencies. According to the map, it was just over 2 miles ahead. As he moved, the temperature dropped noticeably. The sun dipped behind the hills, casting the woods into a dusky twilight that sharpened the edges of the forest into darker shapes. Jake stopped to set up camp in a small clearing near a stream, the sound of flowing water a welcome companion to the encroaching silence. His fingers worked quickly, pitching his tent and building a small fire before the last light disappeared. He ate some trail mix and canned stew, then sat staring into the flames. The forest was so quiet, it felt unnatural. No rustling of leaves, no calls of birds settling in for the night, just the crackling of the fire and the stream's soft babble. Later, as Jake lay in his tent trying to sleep, he heard it. A faint whisper, indistinct, like a voice carried on the wind. At first, he thought it was his imagination, but the whisper grew clearer, words forming out of the dark. "Help me. Please." His heart pounding, Jake unzipped the tent and shone his flashlight into the woods. The beam caught nothing but the shifting shadows of trees. The whispering stopped abruptly. Trying to calm himself, Jake zipped the tent closed and lay awake, his mind racing. Eventually, exhaustion took him. Around midnight, Jake woke again to a cold breeze brushing against his face. The fire was out, the forest was silent, but for a faint, steady crunching of footsteps circling his tent. He held his breath and clutched his flashlight and knife. Suddenly, the tent flap was pulled back slowly. Jake's flashlight beam hit a figure, tall, pale, with hollow eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. Frozen in terror, Jake couldn't move as the figure whispered his name. Then it vanished. Dawn broke with a cold mist hanging over the forest. Jake found footprints around his tent, small, barefoot prints, some smeared like handprints pressed into the earth. He packed quickly and headed toward the ranger cabin, his heart hammering with every step. The cabin was derelict, walls sagging, windows boarded but shelter nonetheless. Inside, the air was stale and thick with dust. On the floor lay an old journal, yellowed with age. Jake opened it, hands trembling. The entries told a story of a hunter who'd vanished in these woods nearly a century ago, leaving behind desperate notes about the Watchers, strange voices, and a presence that would not let him leave. Jake's flashlight flickered as a cold presence filled the room. The whispering returned, surrounding him. He ran out into the forest, not stopping until he reached his truck miles away. He never returned to the Monongahela. But sometimes, in the dead of night, he still hears his name carried on the wind and the feeling of unseen eyes watching from the shadows. Story, the end. I grew up in the southern part of Montana, near the Absaroka Beartooth Wilderness. It's a wild place, vast and isolated, with jagged peaks and cold alpine lakes that sit untouched by anything but the wind. My dad was a Forest Service ranger and had been for over 30 years. He knew every ridge, every trail, and every hidden cabin that most people didn't even know existed. He raised me with that same respect for the wild, and I became a field ecologist when I was older. I never planned on doing anything else with my life. In the summer of 2014, I was conducting a multi-week field study on a sensitive bird species, gray-crowned rosy finches, way up near the Montana-Wyoming border. Most of my time was spent in the high backcountry above 9,000 feet, hiking between snowfields and observing nesting behaviors. The wilderness area I was assigned to was as remote as you can get without being dropped in by helicopter. There was no cell service, no radios once I passed a certain point, and just me, a tent, and a journal. That's how I liked it. I remember that it all started in mid-July, just before a stretch of late summer storms. I'd hiked 10 miles in from the trailhead off Highway 212, following an old fire access road that had been closed off years ago. I had planned to spend a week up near Hellroaring Plateau, an exposed rocky area with unpredictable winds. There were no designated campsites out there, just a few flat spots where you could tuck a tent behind a rock wall to keep from being blown away. The first night was normal. I cooked some freeze-dried food, recorded a few notes in my field journal, and settled into my sleeping bag around 9 p.m. The wind howled most of the night, but that was expected. There's a kind of peace in that emptiness, the cold sweeping through rock and sky. But the second night was when things started to shift. It was close to 2 a.m. when I woke up, not to wind or wildlife, but to what I swore was the sound of a man whispering just outside my tent. Not footsteps, not animals scuffling around, but a voice, low and raspy, just barely audible over the breeze. It was saying something that didn't sound like words. It was rhythmic, almost like chanting or someone muttering a prayer under their breath. I froze. The hairs on my arms stood up. There was no one else for miles. I lay there for a full minute, holding my breath, hoping it was just a dream. But then the zipper of the tent jiggled, just once, lightly, like someone was testing it. I sat up quickly and grabbed my bear spray. My heart was racing. I didn't call out or make any noise. I just sat there, dead silent, staring at the fabric of the tent, waiting for a shadow or movement. But nothing happened. No footsteps walking away, no sound at all. Eventually, I mustered the nerve to unzip the tent from the inside and look around with my flashlight. There was no one, no tracks, no sign of anything having been there. That should have been the end of it. But for the next 2 nights, I had the same experience, waking at almost the same time, hearing that whispering just outside the tent, the zipper being touched but never opened. I started to wonder if I was losing it from the altitude or isolation. But I'd done dozens of trips like this before and had never felt that way. This wasn't paranoia. It felt real. On the 5th day, I hiked farther south to try a new observation site closer to some steep cliffs. I found a new spot to camp in a narrow gully that had old rock walls built around it from some long-forgotten fire crew, or maybe even something older. That night, I didn't hear the whispering. For a moment, I thought whatever it was had been left behind. But the following morning, I found a small pile of rocks stacked carefully outside my tent. Not like they'd fallen or slid down a slope. This was a deliberate cairn, 5 rocks balanced neatly. I didn't build it, and I would have seen it the night before when I set up. I scattered it immediately, trying not to let it rattle me, but it did. That same day, I ran into something else. While hiking toward an old nesting site I'd recorded from the previous summer, I passed a stand of dying pine trees. Something about the spot felt off. The air smelled metallic, and it was unnaturally quiet. No birds, no wind, nothing. As I was walking through, I saw something tied to one of the branches. It was a piece of old cloth, gray, maybe once white, wrapped around a bundle of small bones. I'm not exaggerating. It was like a crude charm hanging from a thread of twine, swaying ever so slightly. I turned back immediately. I didn't care what data I was supposed to collect. I had a bad feeling in my gut that wouldn't go away. I made it back to camp by nightfall, decided to pack up first thing in the morning and head back to the trailhead. I'd been out for nearly a week, and I figured I had enough data to justify an early return. But that last night didn't let me go so easy. I just crawled into my sleeping bag when I heard something thud against the side of the tent. It was light, like someone tossing a pine cone, then another, and another. I turned on my flashlight and zipped open the flap, shining the beam into the darkness. That's when I saw the man. He was maybe 30 feet away, standing just beyond the tree line. His skin looked gray in the beam, as if it had been buried underground. He was completely naked, standing still, eyes wide open. I couldn't make out details, but his face seemed off. His mouth looked too large, his cheeks gaunt. He didn't move, not even when I called out to him. Just stood there, staring, his arms limp at his sides. I backed into the tent, zipped it shut, and didn't sleep a minute that night. When dawn came, he was gone. No tracks, no sign anyone had been there. But the rocks were back. Another pile, this time inside the windbreak wall I'd built. I packed everything in a frenzy and was hiking out within the hour. I didn't stop to rest, didn't eat, didn't drink. I just hiked as fast as I could. It took me most of the day to make it back to my car. When I finally got cell reception, I called my dad and told him everything. He listened quietly, didn't interrupt. When I finished, there was a pause. Then he said something that still chills me. "There's stories, old stories," he said, "about that plateau, way before the Forest Service took over. The Crow avoided it, said there were spirits up there. Things that came out of the cliffs wore the skins of men. Not ghosts exactly, not animals either, just things that didn't belong to this world." I didn't say anything. I didn't know what to say. He continued, "Back in the 80s, a seasonal worker went missing near that area, found his camp, but not him. There was a circle of rocks built around his tent too. We figured it was a bear attack, but now I wonder. I haven't gone back to that area since. I still work in the field, but I don't do solo trips anymore. I never talk about what happened unless I'm drinking, and even then, I don't tell the whole thing. People think they know wilderness. They think the scariest thing out there is a grizzly or a storm rolling in. But the truth is, the scariest thing is what you can't explain. The things that don't leave tracks. The things that stand just outside your tent in the middle of the night, whispering, watching, waiting. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I still hear it. The whispering, the sound of the zipper twitching. And I wonder what might have happened if I'd stayed just one more night. Story the end. The late summer of 2014 was unusually dry in northern Michigan, and I was itching to get away from the city and into the wilderness. I'd spent the last few years working as a wildlife biologist, often trekking into the forests and wetlands of the Upper Peninsula to study endangered species. But this trip was different. I wanted to be alone, off the grid, and far from the distractions of modern life. I picked a remote section of the Hiawatha National Forest, an area locals called the Devil's Back, a patch of woods with a reputation that gave even seasoned hunters and campers pause. The stories weren't like the typical campfire tales. They had roots in real disappearances and strange occurrences reported over decades. People said that hikers sometimes vanished, only to be found days later with no memory of where they'd been or not found at all. Others claimed to have seen a dark figure lurking in the shadows, watching silently before vanishing without a trace. I'd never believed in ghosts or the supernatural. To me, the wilderness was wild and dangerous in a very real way. Weather, wildlife, terrain. But I was curious about the stories, and I wanted to see the area for myself. I started my hike in mid-morning, carrying a heavy pack loaded with gear for a week-long solo camping and tracking expedition. The trail was narrow and overgrown, quickly swallowed by the dense forest of pines, birches, and maples. The sun filtered weakly through the canopy, and the air was thick with the scent of moss and damp earth. The first day was uneventful. I set up camp near a small creek and spent the afternoon marking locations for camera traps to monitor wildlife activity. The forest was quiet, but not in the eerie way you might expect, just peaceful and still. At night, the usual chorus of insects and frogs filled the air. But on the second night, things shifted. I was lying in my tent when I heard faint footsteps outside. Not the random scuffle of an animal, but slow, deliberate steps pacing near my camp. I unzipped the tent flap and shone my flashlight, but all I saw were shadows cast by the flickering firelight. The footsteps stopped. I called out softly, "Hello," but no response. Only silence. I went back inside and tried to convince myself it was just a deer or raccoon, but the feeling of being watched lingered. The next day, I explored an old logging trail I'd read about in Forest Service records. It led deeper into the heart of the forest, and the trees grew taller, their trunks scarred by decades of weather and time. Along the trail, I found the remains of an abandoned logging camp. Rusted tools, old cans, and shattered glass lay scattered amid collapsed wooden structures. Near the center of the camp, I discovered a weathered wooden sign nailed to a tree. The paint was faded, but I could make out the words, "Beware the Hollow." Curious, I pushed further into the woods and soon came upon a small, bowl-shaped depression surrounded by dense undergrowth. The ground here was strangely barren, covered only by a thin layer of dead leaves. The air felt thick, heavy, and cold despite the summer heat. As I stood there, I heard it, a faint whispering, so soft I almost thought it was the wind, but it was words too garbled to understand. I decided to retreat to camp, unsettled but determined to stay. That night, the whispering returned, louder and clearer. It seemed to come from all directions, weaving through the trees like a chorus of voices, rising and falling like a breath. Suddenly, the fire flickered and dimmed, and I glimpsed a figure standing just beyond the tree line. It was tall and thin, draped in ragged clothes that seemed to ripple like smoke. Its face was obscured by shadows, but I felt its eyes lock onto mine. I froze. Then, as the fire snapped back to life, the figure was gone. Sleep escaped me that night. Over the next few days, the disturbances grew worse. My equipment was tampered with, camera traps moved or destroyed, food supplies missing, footprints circling my campsite that were too large and misshapen to be human. One evening, as dusk settled, I followed the whispering to the hollow. The air was icy cold, and the faint glow of fireflies flickered erratically. At the edge of the hollow, I saw a circle of stones and charred wood, the remnants of an old fire pit. Suddenly, a cold hand grasped my shoulder. I spun around, but no one was there. The whispers became a chorus of anguished voices, begging, warning, and crying out in pain. Terrified, I fled back to camp. On my final night, I packed my gear hastily, eager to leave before darkness fell. As I made my way to the trailhead, the forest seemed to close in around me. Shadows stretched and twisted unnaturally, and the whispering followed, growing louder, more insistent. Near the edge of the hollow, I saw the figure again, this time clearer. A man, gaunt and hollow-eyed, dressed in tattered clothes stained with dirt and blood. He raised a hand in a silent warning. I didn't stop. When I reached my truck, the sun was rising. I drove away without looking back. Later, I learned the hollow had been the site of a tragic logging accident in the early 1900s, where several men died in a fire. The locals said their spirits never left. I don't know what I encountered in those woods, if it was a ghost, a trick of the mind, or something else. But I know the forest holds memory restless, waiting for those who dare to listen. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the whispering. Story the end.